Chapter 1739. P.S. Thank you to Dreamer for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and Hee Divine Word for their rewards. In a bright and spacious room, Sei Ito sat leisurely on a sofa and quietly looked ahead. A pitch-black chess piece floated in front of him, spinning rhythmically as if it was trying to show something to someone. Phew, it's finally done. It's really thanks to the wisdom of my subordinates. Sei Ito let out a long breath and whispered to himself. This was a chess piece that represented the king in Xiang chess, and it was also the system core of the 4 pieces he created, the root of all connections. With the help of the Magic Device Research and Production Department in the Magic Cube world, with the help of the Magic Quantum Computer, they finally came up with the most reasonable manufacturing plan yesterday and sent it to Sei Ito's mind through the power of the Magic Cube. Then it took another half a day for Sei Ito to complete it by himself. Correspondingly, the final version of the chess series and the Chinese chess series were also sent to the Magical Item Production Department of the Rubik's Cube world as a mission. They were to mass produce them and distribute them to various worlds in coordination with the new round of policy publicity by the Rubik's Cube World Center Management Committee. They were preparing for a game competition similar to the Demon High School World Ranking game. Sei Ito reached out and grabbed the king's chess piece that was still rotating in front of him. In an instant, a deep and mysterious black light seemed to break free from the restraints and obstacles and bloomed out from between Sei Ito's fingers. The bright room was illuminated by the light, and it was now dark and gloomy. Then, after more than 10 seconds, the light slowly disappeared. Sei Ito slowly opened his clenched palm. But at this time, there was no trace of the king's chess piece in his palm. Only the clear lines of his palm appeared in the air. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a gentle knock on the door suddenly sounded. Come in. Sei Ito put down his palm and looked up. Click. The door opened, and a maid walked in from behind the open door. Sir, Miss Rias invites you to the main hall. The maid bowed. I understand. Sei Ito nodded. Then he stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door. Bang! After he walked out of the room, the maid standing by the door casually closed the door. Ha ha! Sei Ito, you're finally out. Sei Ito, who had just entered the hall, immediately heard a burst of hearty laughter. Sorcerous, why are you here? Sei Ito turned to look at the person who laughed and asked in surprise. In the middle of the hall, Sorcerous, dressed in a casual suit, stood in front of a sofa. She was looking at him with a smile. As the master, Lias, she sat on a European-style sofa at the side, elegantly drinking black tea. Under the care of her Empress, Himejimejunai, she smiled and looked at everything in front of her. Don't tell me you forgot. We had an agreement that day. We have to find a time to compete. Sorcerous raised his eyebrows. Oh, look at me. When Sei Ito heard this, he immediately remembered the agreement they made during the newcomers' meeting. He raised his hand and patted his forehead with an apologetic expression. I've been thinking about the new chess piece recently and forgot about this. Sorry. New chess piece? You also want to participate in the Raja Game Invitational Tournament? Sorcerous was surprised. The Raja Game Invitational Tournament was a large-scale Raja game tournament organized to celebrate the signing of the tripartite peace agreement. However, compared to the previous Noble Games where only demons participated, there were more participants this time. Not only were there demons, but there were also other Raja game enthusiasts from other factions who were invited by the governor of the Fallen Angel. It was a grand occasion. I haven't decided yet. Maybe. Sei Ito smiled. It would be best if I could participate. I'm looking forward to defeating the 2 heavenly dragon in front of everyone. Sorcerous said half-jokingly. I hope you still have this confidence after the competition. Ito Sei chuckled non-committally. If you're going to participate in a Raja game, then forget about this competition. Maintaining a certain degree of mystery between the opponents is also the fun of the game. Isn't that right? Sorcerous smiled. You say it as if I'm definitely going to participate in the Raja game. Sei Ito smiled. Why not? Sorcerous asked back. Do you think it's that easy to find a family member? I don't want to make up the numbers. Sei Ito said angrily. Then, his expression changed. A wretched expression that all men understood appeared on his face as he continued. Not to mention, I want to leave the position of family member for my harem. Ugh. Saroj was speechless. Unfortunately, Riaz is the queen. Junai, Kitten, and Genova are all her family members. Otherwise, I would really want to transfer them all to my family. Seito ignored Saroj and said with a regretful tone, Humph. Hearing Seito blatantly trying to steal her family, Riaz immediately snorted coldly. He. Junai cooperated with her and laughed weirdly out of habit. As for Kitten and Genova, one seemed to be occupied with Black Song upstairs, while the other was training Gasper with Kiba Yudo. They were not in the hall, so they could not express their opinions. Whatever. If that's the case, then I'll just spar. Let me see how powerful this generation's Red Dragon Emperor is after obtaining the title of Second Heavenly Dragon. Saroj shook his head. Riaz, can you help us arrange the venue? Saroj turned to Riaz, who was drinking tea, and asked. Of course. Riaz smiled. She then put down the teacup in her hand and stood up from the sofa. Please follow me, Riaz called out. Then, she turned around and walked out of the house. Seito and Saroj did not hesitate and quickly followed her. Following Riaz's lead, the group walked out of the mansion and arrived at a spacious field after a few twists and turns. I can't. Let me go. In the field, Gasper, who was being chased around by the volleyball that Genova threw, cried out in a soft voice. No, today's training is not done yet. Hurry up. Genova retorted without hesitation. Yudo-senpai, help. Gasper asked another man in the field for help. For the minister, Gasper, you have to bear with it. Kiba Yudo said softly. Oh, how annoying. Gasper yelled. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a clear clap was heard. It caused Genova and Kiba Yudo to run around the field. Even Gasper, who was not using the artifact to increase his proficiency, was attracted to it. Minister, Kiba Yudo and Genova yelled in unison. Minister, Gasper yelled. All right, stop for now and come here. Riaz, who was standing on the side, said gently. Hearing this, Genova threw away the ball in his hand. Together with Kiba Yudo, they walked towards Riaz. As for Gasper, he ran to Riaz's side the moment she appeared. Saroj, what do you think of this place? Riaz turned her head and looked at Saroj. The field was huge, comparable to a large stadium. The ground was flat, like a small plain. The ground was solid, with only a thin layer of sand covering it. It was surrounded by a continuous mountain range. Sure, Saroj smiled. After that, he strode into the field. Seeing this, Seito also stepped into the field. The two stopped 3 to 4 meters away from each other and looked at each other. Saroj took off the top of his casual suit, revealing the white shirt underneath. He then threw the suit on the ground near Riaz and began to emit a strong aura. Come, let me see the strength of Master Double Heavenly Dragon, Saroj said loudly. After that, his aura expanded and pressured Seito in an exaggerated manner. On the opposite side, Seito smiled. His face was calm, and he was not affected by Saroj's aura at all. I'm coming, Saroj roared. With a muffled bang, his body suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Seito. He swung his fist at Seito's face. Seito raised his arm and blocked the fist. Boom! A loud noise exploded with the two of them as the center. Then a visible shockwave in the air swept up the dust and rushed out in all directions. As expected of the Double Heavenly Dragon, he didn't even change after receiving my punch. Saroj, who was still in the posture of punching out, was surprised. Although Saroj was born in the Ball clan, he did not inherit the destructive power unique to the Ball clan. Therefore, his father and his relatives in the Ball clan called him a defective product. He was an existence that was looked down upon. Therefore, he was treated unfairly since young and was even sent to the poorest area of the Ball clan. He lived a miserable life like a lower-rank demon. But even so, Saroj's mother, who was born in the Lion clan, did not give up on him. She strictly urged him to train until Saroj obtained a powerful power and fought his way back to the Ball clan. He defeated his half-brother and obtained the right to be the next successor. Therefore, Seroj's strength did not lie in his magic power, nor in his special ability. Instead, it was his unbelievable strength. In the original work, his strength was so strong that even Hyodo Issei, who used his forbidden move, the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, could not withstand it. Why is there no change? It hurts. Ito bitterly smiled. That was the truth. Although his body was strong enough to receive Seroj's punch without being injured, he would not feel pain if he did not take it with him. Under this attack that could split mountains, Ito finally felt the pain that he had not felt for a long time. But in contrast, a feeling of excitement welled up from the bottom of his heart. I'm not a masochist. Feeling the excitement in his heart, Ito muttered softly. Then he looked at Seroj and shouted, "Again." "Okay." Seroj, who was also filled with battle enthusiasm, replied loudly. Then, the two of them did not hold back and began to punch each other in close combat. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent booms and strong wind blasts were produced as the two continued to attack each other, spreading in all directions. So strong. Genova's eyes lit up. Wah, so scary. Gasper hid behind Ria's and said with a trembling voice as if he was about to cry, "Watch carefully. This is the strength of the number one of the younger generation. But I believe that one day we will surpass him." Ria said softly but firmly. "Yes." Shiba Yudo and the rest of Ria's family replied in unison. In the field, Seroj turned his fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, horns, head, and other parts of his body into weapons. He used the wild fighting style of an ancient berserker to launch a violent attack on Ito Sei. On the other hand, Ito Seiji's expression was calm. His hands and feet moved lightly, blocking and pushing lightly. He looked as if he was in imminent danger at any time, but he was as stable as a rock in the sea. No matter how Seroj bombarded him, he was unable to leave any important attacks on his body. Ha 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 ha, awesome, this is so satisfying. In the middle of the attack, Seroj let out a hearty laugh. What? Are you going to use your ultimate move? Ito smiled as he blocked all of Seroj's attacks and turned around, creating craters of different sizes on the ground. Yes, as expected of the man who obtained the title of Two Heavenly Dragons. I can tell that I can't beat you with my current strength. But I have also sworn that I will not use my other powers unless the underworld is in danger. So let us use our strongest powers for the final attack to determine the winner. Seroj suggested. Okay, Ito agreed. Bang! Immediately after, the two of them jumped back after exchanging blows. Sai, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I couldn't even force out the power of your divine artifact. Seroj, who had retreated, looked at Ito and sighed. Although the divine artifact is strong, the key is still the user. Only when a user is strong can they be considered strong. Ito smiled. Ha, not bad. Only when the user is strong can they be considered strong. Because of his own experience, Seroj, who understood the truth of this sentence very well, laughed and agreed. Come, let us use our strongest attack to end this spar. Seroj said loudly. Kacha. Then Seroj clenched his fists, causing the crisp sound of bones cracking. He slightly lowered his body and released all of his magic power. In an instant, a huge amount of magic power exploded from Seroj's body like a tsunami. Ito smiled and silently circulated the power in his body. Chapter 1740. Arc. With a wild roar, Seroj, whose body was covered with a huge amount of magic power like an armor, turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Ito Sei, waving his fist and punching him. Ito remained silent as he lowered himself into a horse stance and calmly threw out a punch. It was as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. There was no fluctuation of power, and it was not a mysterious punch. In the next second, a magic light wrapped around the punch, and it was as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted above the entire field. At the same time, a powerful shockwave like a level 12 wind spread out in all directions. The shockwave blew up dust and sand as it rushed out into the distance. Riaz stretched out one arm and erected a magic barrier in front of her and her kin, blocking the shockwave that was blowing in front of them. The unblocked shockwave and sand turned into two torrents as they rushed towards Riaz and her kin for both sides. Riaz and the others did not pay attention to the situation on both sides as they quickly looked towards the arena. Almost as soon as their gazes returned to the field, a figure shot out like a cannonball from the barrel, quickly flying backward. It was Sorcerous. Boom! Then, another loud noise came from the arena. Then, with Saito's feet as the center, an irregular crack that was 7 to 8 meters long appeared on the ground as a large cloud of yellow smoke burst out. Phew! Then, Saito let out a long sigh. He retracted his fist and stood up straight as he looked forward. Right in front of him, Sorcerous' body flew out for dozens of meters before finally weakening. The power that was poured into his body caused him to fall to the ground. Like a rubber ball, he rolled forward for a few more meters before coming to a complete stop. Then, Saito's figure flashed and appeared beside Sorcerous, who was in a very sorry state. He extended his hand and said, "Are you okay?" Ahem, 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 I'm fine." Sorcerous waved his hand and coughed, but from the look of pain on his face, it was obviously not good. "It hurts, right?" Saito chuckled. Then, without waiting for Sorcerous to speak, he continued, "You're not bad. You took my upright fist of heaven and earth head on, and you didn't even break an arm. This is enough to show that your body is strong enough." "Is that fist called upright fist of heaven and earth?" Sorcerous got up and lowered his head to look at his right hand that was still trembling incessantly. The veins on its surface were bulging, and it looked like a sick chicken's claw. "Yes, upright fist of heaven and earth. It's a straight punch that I created after referencing the various martial arts that I've practiced." "Not bad," say Ito's hand, and he sets as if it's hands, claw. "It's more than not bad. Looking at this situation, before the Raja game starts, my hand will probably be crippled." Sorcerous shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I told you before the Raja game starts, don't spar with Chung, but you didn't stop. Look at what happened now." At this time, Riaz, who came over with her family, shook her head and smiled helplessly. "That's nothing." Sorcerous smiled nonchalantly. "As long as I don't let the enemy get close to me in the Raja game, I'll be fine. I believe in the strength of my family. They will definitely help me win the Raja game." Riaz shook her head and didn't say anything. She turned around and said, "Let's go back to the mansion first and get the doctor to treat you. No need to go through so much trouble." Saito waved his hand and smiled. Then he reached out and grabbed Sorcerous' claw-like hand, straightened his arm, and slapped Sorcerous' arm with his right hand. As Sorcerous gasped in pain, he used his hidden force to wipe away the various forces that were lingering in his arm's muscle texture and guided them back to Sorcerous' palm. It didn't take long for Sorcerous' palm to inflate like a balloon. It was so inflated that one could even see the veins and muscle patterns buried under the almost transparent skin. At this time, Saito, who just happened to move his hand to Sorcerous' wrist, turned his hand and slapped Sorcerous' palm. "Puff! Puff!" In an instant, two muffled sounds were heard. A bloody mist instantly burst out and filled everyone's eyes. Saito waved his arm and turned the bloody mist into a ball and threw it into the distant sky. Looking at Sorcerous' palm, it didn't look swollen like a ball at all. It was just that the extent of the cracks on his skin was a little out of the ordinary, and it looked quite scary. But it was only scary. With the current medical technology in the underworld, it was only a matter of minutes to heal an injury of this level. Saito, who had the idea of saving a life, did not waste any time. He grabbed a ball of life energy and threw it into Sorcerous' palm. Under the influence of the life energy, Sorcerous' palm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, it had completely returned to its normal state. "Let's try again." Saito let go of his hand and smiled. "TSK, I didn't expect the double heavenly dragon to not only have ridiculous combat power, but even its healing skills are so powerful. And you're even designing your own chess pieces. I really don't know what you don't know, Sorcerous exclaimed as he clenched and unclenched his fist from time to time. As soon as he said that, compared to Sorcerous, Rias, and the others, who knew that Ito knew how to make divine artifacts, also looked at Ito inquisitively. They wanted to hear his answer. It's simple. I don't know how to make children. Ito shrugged as he shrugged. Sorcerous was speechless again. It's okay, I can help you. Genova, who had not forgotten his goal of having children, said, If it's possible, I can do it too. Junai did not back down and agreed. Junai, Genova, Rias called out with the authority of a minister. All right, what's your choice? Junai ignored Rias and asked Ito with a smile. Ha ha ha, all of you help me make children. Ito laughed dryly and said shamelessly, If that's the case, then let's get started. Genova said impatiently. Genova. Rias raised her voice a little as she called out. Minister, do you want to be the first? If it's you, I can wait. Genova turned to look at Rias and said with a serious face. However, when such a topic was said with a serious tone, it felt very out of place no matter how one looked at it. I really don't want to give up. The first place is going to be taken by the minister. Junai said with a regretful tone. Junai, Genova, enough is enough. Rias said loudly. Seeing all this, Sorcerous suddenly felt that his existence was unnecessary. He laughed dryly and said goodbye. Well, I still have training to do. I'll take my leave first. Lias, tell Annie for me later. Not staying for dinner? Rias turned to Sorcerous and said, Nope. Sorcerous shook his head. He then looked at Ito and continued with a serious face. Ito, I'll go back and train harder. Sooner or later, I'll defeat you. Anytime. Ito's face was full of confidence as he smiled. After that, Sorcerous said goodbye to everyone and left the training ground. Not long after, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Junai, Genova, let's talk about what we were talking about. After Sorcerous left, Rias immediately exuded a powerful aura of oppression as she stared straight at Junai and Genova. Era, is the minister getting serious? Junai said with a smile. That's good too. If we can discuss the sequence of sperm extraction, it'll help the team's unity and increase the chances of pregnancy. Genova, who did not understand the development of the situation, said seriously. Ha! Hearing Genova's words, Junai let out a laugh that was filled with joy. Gasper, let's go train. Shiba Yudo suddenly said to Gasper. Gasper first looked at Rias, then at Junai and Genova. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something and nodded timidly. Okay. Minister, Gasper and I'll go train. Shiba Yudo bowed. Go, don't tire yourself out. Rias waved her hand and ordered. Shiba Yudo and Gasper, who had received permission, quickly left the terrifying aura created by the women. I've just finished preparing the chess pieces and promised to take Kitten's sister, Heigu, as my spouse. I'll go first. Seeing that Shiba Yudo and Gasper had left, Ito, who did not want to be involved in the women's battle, forced a smile, even though this battle was ultimately caused by his words. Before Ito could make a move, Rias immediately turned around and asked in surprise, You prepared a new chess piece? Yeah, I've just finished it before I sparred with Sorcerous. Ito nodded and admitted. You're going to take Heigu as your spouse? Junai continued to ask. Yes. You know, I've promised her before. Ito continued to admit. What position are you going to give her? Rias asked again. Probably a monk. After all, she used to be a monk. Ito gave it some thought and answered. Then let's go together. Rias decided. After that, he reached out and grabbed Ito's hand without any explanation and pulled him to the room where Heigu was entaching. Minister, are you declaring your sovereignty? Junai's flirtatious voice came from behind. Chapter 1741. A few minutes later, Ito, Rias, Haimajumajurai, and Genova appeared in Taching Blacksong's room. Hey, there's so many people, meow. Taching Heigu, whose chest was still partially open, revealing half of his perfectly round chest and a pair of white and smooth shoulders, looked at the few people who had appeared in the room with interest, and said. Beside her was Kitten Taching, who was being pestered by her. Kitten Taching was flipping through the magazine in her hand expressionlessly. My chess pieces are done. So I'll ask you again, are you willing to become my dependent? Idose stepped forward and stood in front of Taching Heigo, looking at her with a serious face, and said, Done. Taching Blacksong was surprised. As a captive who had been in the Supernatural Research Society for a long time, she naturally knew about Idose's plan to change the ghost system and develop a normal ghost system that was suitable for human use. However, she didn't care too much about it, because she didn't think that Sei Ito could develop it in such a short amount of time. After all, the Devil's Chess system was created by the two Demon Kings. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, part of the credit should be due to the dependent system. Heaven's Divine Messenger system was also created by the combined efforts of the 4 Seraphs and 6 Seraphs. They replaced part of the magic circles in the Devil's Chess with corresponding magic circles. It was the product of a team and not something that could be done by one person. However, Taching Blacksong didn't understand that Sei Ito, who seemed to be alone, was not really alone. Behind him, there was a world existence that could fight against any of the 3 major factions. In terms of the height of the technology tree, it completely crushed the achievements of the various factions in this world. Sei Ito didn't waste any time. He flipped his hand and took out the Black Monk's chess piece. He placed it in front of Taching Blacksong's eyes. Hey, you really made it, Taching Blacksong said in surprise as she took the chess piece and flipped it in front of her. How about it? What's your choice? Sei Ito said calmly. You should know about me, right? Taching Hage raised his head and looked at Idosei's face with a rare, serious expression. I once killed my own master. Even so, you still want to recruit me as your dependent? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you one day? As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the room immediately became stagnant. Especially the kitten of Deshang, who had not reacted before. Its pupils contracted and its body trembled slightly. He could feel the change in the kitten. Sei Ito turned around and walked to the kitten. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He gently stroked her back to comfort her as he answered without looking back. Seeing Sei Ito's actions, Deshang Heiji's eyes changed slightly, but he did not say anything. It's okay. If I don't even have this bit of confidence, then I wouldn't be myself. Sei Ito turned his head halfway and looked at Deshang Heigu. Even if we take a step back, do you have the ability to kill me? That's not necessarily true. Direct attacks are not the only way to kill someone, Deshang Heigu said with a charming smile. At this time, Deshang Heigu had returned to normal. When she realized that Sei Ito was hugging her, she immediately pushed him away with a red face. She turned around and walked to the side. Poison, sneak attack, contact with outsiders for an ambush. Are you referring to these? Sei Ito shrugged and turned around to look at Deshang Heigu. That's right, meow, Deshang Heigu said with a smile. You can try and see who's the unlucky one in the end. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, although these words were said casually and without any imposing manner. But for some reason, Deshang Heigu suddenly felt a sense of danger in her heart, causing the fur on her tail to stand up. Deshang Heigu quickly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. She looked seriously at Sei Ito in front of her and then suddenly smiled. Since you're so confident, then I'll accept your invitation. As she said that, she played with the black chess piece that represented the monk in her hand. I've thought about it, Sei Ito finally confirmed. Of course. It's time for me to find a food master, Deshang Heigu said with a charming tone. These words revealed that she was not Wally's dependent. Instead, she still maintained the body of a lost demon. She was just in the form of a mercenary team in a novel in another world, together with Wally and the beautiful monkey. Of course, these words were just a joke. If anyone really thought that Deshang Heigu wanted to find a food master, then that person was a big fool. After all, with her strength, even if she really became a dependent, she had reached the stage of breaking away from the system and becoming an independent king. There was no need for her to mess around behind a dependent. I, in the name of Sei Ito, give the order. I officially recognize the Deshang Gu as my dependent. Sei Ito did not care about her joke and directly shouted in a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the king's chest piece in his body shook slightly and emitted an inexplicable wave, connecting to the monk's chest piece into Shang Heiji's hand. Then in the next moment, the monk's chest piece suddenly bloomed with bright light. With the help of a strange magic array that suddenly appeared behind Deshang Heigu, it slowly sank into Deshang Heiji's body. Half a minute later, the light of the magic array disappeared, and Deshang Heigu, who did not change at all, appeared. It's been a long time since I last felt it. Deshang Heigu opened her eyes and felt the magic surging in her body. She chuckled. From now on, you're my master, the great two heavenly dragon. Then, Deshang Heigu looked up at Sei Ito and said with a very seductive and charming expression, Congratulations, it's a success. You've received a good dependent. Seeing that everything was over, Riaz on the side congratulated him. It's a pity that I can't take all of you as my dependent. Seito said regretfully. By the way, Meow, Master, do you need me to serve you in bed? At this moment, Deshang Heiji's voice sounded in the room again. As soon as she said that, the atmosphere in the room became strange again. Riaz, Junai, and Kitten all looked at Seito. Deshang Heigu, who did not seem to notice that the atmosphere in the room had become strange, continued to speak. I want a dragon's child. A very powerful dragon's child. Although I've asked Wally, I was rejected. So it's only you, Master. A dragon based on humans is very rare, Meow. And if it's the two heavenly dragon, the DNA is enough. I want to keep a child. So, I need a DNA provider, Meow. Her words were very similar to Genova's goal. Seito could not help but recall the incident that happened in the equipment warehouse in the Horse King Academy. Thinking of this, Seito looked at Genova. Another one. Really, why are all of them like this? Riaz lifted her hand to caress the demon and said helplessly, As expected, having a child with a dragon is the best choice. Genova seemed to have found a like-minded person as her eyes shone brightly. Junai did not say anything. She only lifted her hand slightly and covered her mouth as she let out an ambiguous laugh. No way. I won't give Master to Sister. At this moment, Kitten suddenly rushed in front of Sei Ito and opened her arms. She stared at Deshang Heigu like a mother hen protecting her young. Bain, you don't have a say in this. Now that I'm Master's dependent, it's normal for me to do some intimate activities with Master that exceed the limits. Deshang Heigu said proudly. At the same time, she used a spatial spell derived from the boundary technique to jump to Sei Ito's side. She reached out her hands and hugged Sei Ito's body from behind, pressing her plump breasts against his back. Isn't that right, Master Chan? Deshang Heigu poked his head out from Sei Ito's shoulder and licked his neck. And Master tastes so good. Deshang Heigu said with misty eyes. Heigu, leave Chang's side. Riaz's eyes flashed with anger as she said in a low voice. Yes, although you also want Master's sperm, this kind of thing has to be first come, first served. It's not your turn yet. Genova agreed. It was just that the content of what she said really made people speechless. Crackle, crackle. Although Junai didn't say anything, a ball of lightning appeared in his hand. Big sister. The kitten also stared at Deshang Heigu. What an interesting change. Seeing the change in the scene, Deshang Heiji's face showed a mischievous smile. Then, he said again, Master, as long as you want, any position is fine. Adding fuel to the fire. Seito sighed. Then, he didn't waste any more words and directly teleported away from the room. Humph. Seeing Seito disappear, Riaz let out a cold snort. Junai put away the ball of lightning in his hand. Genova sighed with regret. Clearly, from her point of view, she missed this rare opportunity. Bain, please take care of me in the future. Deshang Heigu said softly as he looked at the angry kitten with a smile. Humph. The kitten turned her head to the side and ignored Heigu. As for the other side, Ito-sei, who returned to the room assigned to him by the Gemengli family, didn't stay for long. After leaving a mark in an inconspicuous place, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the room. He returned to the rented apartment in the human world. Master, as expected, Linari, who stayed in the apartment, immediately greeted with surprise. Seito flipped his hand and took out a black soldier chess piece and threw it to Linari. "Pa!" Linari raised her hand and caught the chess piece. "This is..." Linali exclaimed in surprise and excitement when she saw the item in her hand. "The chess piece I promised you before. Fuse with it," Seito said calmly. "Yes." Chapter 1742. P.S. Thank you to Snow Domain Phoenix and Open Sky 9 Nights for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and 909040591 for their tips. Nighttime, Gimli family, Seito's room. Along with the appearance of a magic circle emitting white light, Taching Heiji's figure appeared in the room. Then, without waiting for the light of the magic circle to dissipate, Tashiro Black Song jumped onto the spacious noble bed in front of her and sat on Ito Sei's body, who was looking at her with his eyes wide open. "Master, I'm here." Taching Heigu lowered her body and stuck out her tongue to gently lick Sei Ito's neck as she spoke in a tender voice. "Let's start mating." Mating. As soon as the word came out, a thick and unhealthy strong feeling emerged from Sei Ito's heart. But apart from that, a strange feeling of excitement also surged in his heart, making Sei Ito feel a little moved. "Are you trying to stop me from making a move on Kitten?" But although his heart was moved, Sei Ito did not make any actions to go along with it. Instead, he looked into Heiji's eyes and said indifferently. As soon as his voice fell, Taching Heiji's seductive actions immediately stopped. "Master, what are you talking about? I really want to mate with Master and give birth to a child with dragon genes." But immediately, Taching Heigu returned to normal. She gently pulled open Sei Ito's clothes to reveal his firm chest and gently caressed it while saying in a sweet voice, "I know why you killed that guy and became a lost demon." Sei Ito, who was feeling Taching Heiji's caress, looked up at the ceiling and said softly, "It was to protect Kitten, right?" Hearing this unexpected answer, Taching Heiji's actions paused again, because the truth of this matter should only be known to her and the demon she killed. In addition, the demon was already dead, so the reason for what happened back then was a secret that only she knew. She did not expect another stranger to reveal it now. This made Taching Heiji's heart skip a beat. His expression, which was hidden in the darkness, was somewhat stiff. "Master, what are you talking about? Are you trying to find a reason to make me feel touched? It's useless. If there comes a day when I'm really not satisfied, I'll still kill Master just like how I did back then." Desheng Gus softly said, "You're lying again." Sei Ito sighed softly. "Just now, I clearly heard the change in your heartbeat. This kind of physiological change can't be a lie." "That's just because she's in heat," Desheng Gu retorted without hesitation. Then she reached out and grabbed Sei Ito's arm, placed his palm on her chest, and said coquettishly, "I don't believe you. Master, feel it and see if it's jumping just as fast now." In an instant, a soft and warm feeling was transmitted from her palm. At the same time, a strong rhythmic heartbeat came from Desheng Heiji's body. "Don't worry, I won't touch Kitten. She's still too young. I'll wait until she grows up. When she's willing, then I'll touch her." Sei Ito ignored Desheng Heiji's deliberate disguise and seduction as he continued speaking. Desheng Heigu heard this and became silent. Sei Ito didn't rush him and allowed Desheng Heigu, who had stopped moving, to lie on his body. Creak. However, at this moment, a soft sound came from the door, attracting the attention of Desheng Heigu and Sei Ito. Then they saw that behind the door, which was wide open, Riaz, who was wearing a light pink translucent chiffon nightgown, walked into the room with a gloomy face. "I knew you would come here at night." Riaz looked at Desheng Heigu, who was still lying on Sei Ito's body, and said in a low voice, "Because it's a rare Master Meow, as his dependent, of course I have to sleep with Master. Isn't that right?" Shanghai Gu said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he purposely stuck out his tongue and licked Sei Ito's chest. Master's taste is really mesmerizing, Shanghai Gu said as if he was intoxicated. You. Riaz glared at Shanghai Gu. Then, she made up her mind and walked to the bed without hesitation. She lowered her body and sat on the edge of the bed. She lifted her legs and sat on Sei Ito's bed. I'll sleep here tonight. Riaz took off her pink pajamas and underwear so that she was completely naked. She turned sideways and hugged one of Ito Sei's arms tightly in her arms. Aya, is the princess also in heat? Shanghai Gu said with interest. Hey Gu, pay attention to your status. Riaz said seriously. Are you trying to use your status to pressure me? But don't you forget, I'm Master's dependent. Shanghai Gu said with a smile, unmoved. Master, you won't chase me away, right? Then, Shanghai Gu was like an abandoned kitten. Shanghai Gu made a pitiful expression and asked timidly. Seeing this, Sei Ito couldn't help but show a speechless expression. Era, it's so lively. Just then, accompanied by a familiar voice and way of speaking, Himajima Jinai appeared in front of the door in a black lace underwear. I think you don't mind me being here too, right? As she said that, Himajima Jinai walked to the bedside and crawled into Sei Ito's blanket. She laid down on the other side of him and smiled at Riaz, who was on the other side of the bed. As a result, Sei Ito was tightly surrounded by Himajima Jinai, Shanghai Gu, and Riaz from the left, the middle, and the right. Fortunately, that was all. Perhaps Genova was asleep, or he didn't think about the night attack, but he didn't appear after Himajima Jinai. Shanghai Gu was probably really asleep, so she didn't join in the fun. This made Sei Ito feel relieved. Okay, time to sleep. Sei Ito, who was having a headache from the secret battle between the three, growled and activated his psychokinesis to close the door. He then took Riaz and Junai into his arms and used his psychokinesis to press Shanghai Gu onto his body. He then used telekinesis to take off her clothes and hug the three to rest. Meow. Shanghai Gu, who felt a slight chill on her body, squinted her eyes and let out a low cry. However, she didn't resist. She smiled and looked at Riaz and Jinai on both sides. She then openly reached out and hugged Sei Ito, her legs intertwined with his legs. She then lowered her head and found a comfortable position to rest. Because of Shanghai Gu, Riaz and Junai, who could no longer look at each other, retracted their gazes and shrunk into Sei Ito's embrace. Just like that, they maintained the state of being sandwiched between each other, and the night passed peacefully. The next day, in the morning, after a quiet breakfast, Hey Gu, from today onwards, you'll be the one to train Kitten on the use of divine energy. Sei Ito, who had followed Riaz and the others to the training ground behind the mansion, turned his head and said to Shanghai Gu, who was standing beside him, Master, are you trying to help the princess and the others improve their abilities and win the rating game? Hey Gu asked with interest. You've heard about it too? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. Don't forget, I'm living in the Gimli family's mansion now. You can find out about this kind of thing if you put in a little effort, Shanghai Gu said with a smile. That's true. After all, this is Riaz's first battle with the opponent. It's normal for her to be noticed, Sei Ito said with a smile. How about it? Can I? Sei Ito asked again. Since it's Master's order, I can, Shanghai Gu said with a smile. Sei Ito nodded and called out to Shanghai Gu, who was in the middle of the training ground. Kitten, come here for a moment. Hearing the call, Shanghai Gu walked over. Kitten, I'm going to let Hey Gu guide you in the cultivation of immortal arts. Is that okay with you? Sei Ito asked when Kitten came closer. Kitten raised her head and looked at Hey Gu without saying anything. You also want to help Riaz. You don't want Riaz to lose in this rating game, right? Sei Ito said softly. The kitten nodded silently. If that's the case, then learn immortal arts from Hey Gu. You should know that in terms of the number of dependents, you have a lot less than the student union president. You'll definitely be suppressed by the opponent during battle. That's why you have to increase your own strength and learn 1 or 2 ultimate skills to turn the tide. For you, cultivating immortal arts is the best choice. After all, you have the foundation, don't you? Ito stated. I can cultivate on my own, Kitten said softly. Let Heigu guide you. After all, immortal arts aren't magic that you're familiar with. It's a very dangerous cultivation system. If you don't master it well, you'll hurt yourself. You don't want to lose people before the competition even starts, right? Ito chuckled. Just as Ito said, immortal arts were a very dangerous power. That was because it came from a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. However, unlike the cultivation system, which absorbed it selectively, it was fearless. But one had to know, the heaven and earth energy wasn't all positive energy. It was also filled with a large amount of negative yin energy. If one wasn't careful, one's body would be taken over by the yin energy and become a beast that only knew how to kill. Therefore, before cultivating to a certain level, immortal arts would increase the user's combat power and damage by almost the same amount. One would need an expert who was proficient in immortal arts to guide them. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Then okay. Deshang Heigu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I can finally play with Bayin again. Big sister is so happy. Hearing Kitten's answer, Heigu immediately jumped to Kitten's side and reached out to hug her, rubbing his face against hers. Go! Ito smiled. Then, Deshang Heigu brought Kitten to a forest not far away. Like the cultivation of the main world, the best place to cultivate immortal arts was still in the deep mountains and forests. Because such places were far away from the mortal world, there was relatively less negative yin energy. Moreover, there was a lot of peaceful natural life energy. It was one of the best places for beginners to come into contact with immortal arts. Thank you. After the two left, Riaz walked over and thanked him softly. Between the two of us, there's no need to thank me. Ito smiled. Then, Ito stayed on the training ground for a while longer. Then, he bid farewell to Riaz and the others and wandered around the underworld. Although the underworld is vast and sparsely populated, it doesn't seem to be the best place to connect. Ito thought to himself as he wandered around the land of the underworld near the Gemengli family's mansion. Then, with a thought, a dimensional transfer magic array appeared under his feet. In a burst of light, he quickly disappeared from the underworld. The next moment, Ito's figure appeared in the sky above the town and the human world. Then, Ito's figure flashed again and disappeared from where he was. A moment later, in the deep sea south of Nippon Island, Ito's figure reappeared. Rubik's Cube. Explore the space in an area of 1,000 kilometers. Ito ordered in his mind. In an instant, a strange energy fluctuation that ordinary people could not feel spread rapidly with Ito as the center. It disappeared from his perception almost in the blink of an eye. Then, after about half a minute, the Rubik's Cube's information appeared in Ito's mind. Detection complete. No complete auxiliary world found. No half-dimension found. No special space found. Space bubbles found. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk 334. After browsing the information in his mind, Ito nodded slightly and ordered again, filter all the space bubbles and select the largest one to capture. Yes. Then, another special wave spread out with Ito as the center. Probably because of the need to capture the space bubbles for migration, the speed this time was a little slower. It was not until almost a minute later that the Rubik's Cube's successful answer came in his mind. Then Ito turned his hand and took out a short stick made of copper essence. Using his mental power as a carving knife, he engraved mysterious and complex marks on the copper essence stick. After a while, Ito, who had turned the copper essence stick into something, ordered again, Rubik's Cube, fix the captured space bubbles on this stick in my hand. Although there was no anomaly, Ito clearly felt that the copper essence stick in his hand exuded a subtle aura that was different from before. It's done, Ito secretly said. Then his figure moved and rushed out to the sky like a rocket. After a long while, with the sudden disappearance of the resistance around him, Seito's figure appeared in the cosmic orbit of the Demon University's human world. He placed the space marker, made of copper essence, in the geosynchronous orbit and rotated with the Earth like a satellite. It's time to see the situation of the space bubbles. Thinking of this, Seito stretched out his hand and pointed at the space marker. A dark space crack appeared in front of Seito in a flash. Seito flashed and got into the space crack. Chapter 1743. This wasn't a big space, only the size of a normal house. It was completely dark inside, without any elements or substances. It was like a real void. Fortunately, I'm not going to do anything too exaggerated with this space. Otherwise, just transforming it would be troublesome. Looking at everything in front of him, Sei sighed softly. Then, Seito flicked his 5 fingers and shot out 5 rays of red, yellow, red, black, red, green, and gold light into the space. 5 rays of light shot out and quickly disappeared into the pitch-black space. In the next moment, the space trembled slightly. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energy faintly filled the space. After that, Sei didn't stop. He continued to shoot the 5 elements primordial energy all over the space. He didn't stop until more than half of it disappeared. But at this time, the originally silent space became a lot more lively. One could clearly feel the vitality of the space. But this wasn't enough for Seito. Then, Seito moved his mind again. Then, a large pile of soil that was nearly a meter thick appeared in the space. It seamlessly filled the space and became the soil of this empty space. It was also at this time that the originally somewhat disorderly 5 elemental energy in the space came to a stop. Under the guidance of the soil, which occupied an important part of the space, the 5 elemental energy began to circulate and alternate, causing the space to transform from disorderly to orderly. Seeing this, Seito nodded with slight satisfaction. But his hand didn't stop there. He gently waved his hand. A hole about 3 meters in diameter and half a meter deep appeared on the ground. Then, Seito released his spiritual energy and began to draw at the bottom of the hole. In 3 to 4 minutes, a stream of water silently emerged from the bottom of the hole and turned into a puddle. Under the subsequent replenishment of water, the puddle slowly filled up. At this time, Seito flipped his hand again. A small branch that was not even as long as an adult's forearm, with a dark green leaf on it, appeared in his hand. He gently tossed it. Then, he threw it into the center of the rising puddle. In an instant, the falling tree branch paused for a moment before plunging straight into the center of the puddle. The branch trembled slightly. Seeing this, Seito waved his hand and threw a ball of world energy at him. With the help of the fist-sized power of the world, Yi Zichen was able to make a breakthrough. It was as if the little twig had eaten a huge amount of fertilizer. It began to grow rapidly. In just a short while, it grew from its original height of less than an adult's forearm to nearly a meter in length. Its roots were deeply embedded in the soil. "When can you connect?" Seito asked. "Looks like I'll have to spend another sum of money." Seito sighed helplessly after a moment of silence. With that said, Seito flipped his palm again, creating a ball of world energy, and threw it at the small branch in the center of the waterhole. Now that earth, water, and wood have something to rely on, it's time to get metal and fire. After saying this, Seito's palm suddenly produced a ball of blazing white light the size of a blue ball, and he threw it into the air above the space. "Freeze!" After the ball of light flew to the top of the space, Seito shouted in a low voice. In an instant, the ball of light seemed to be stuck to something with glue, quietly staying in the air like a small artificial sun, illuminating the originally dark space. Then, Seito withdrew his gaze, took out several sharp swords, and arranged them at the edge of the space in the way of the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams. At this point, the 5 elements' energy in the space had completely stabilized. Finally, it can be used. Now, you're the only one left. Sei Ito looked at the twig in the puddle and said, as if it could understand Sei Ito's words, the small body of the twig trembled slightly, stirring up ripples in the water that had just filled the hole. Sei Ito smiled slightly, then took out a large full tank of oxygen, put it at his feet, and turned on the switch. Gee, in an instant, a clear sound of air spraying rang out in the incomparably silent space. Then, Sei Ito once again summoned a large ball of 5 elements energy and threw it into the space, then activated the dimensional transfer magic array. In the bright white light rising, he disappeared from the space that had changed greatly. A few days later, with the sudden appearance of a magic array, Sei Ito's figure emerged from the exploded light beam and reappeared in the transformed space bubble. Phew, the air quality is good. Sei Ito, who came to the side of the empty oxygen tank, said to himself. Then, with a thought, he put away the oxygen tank and looked up at the twig in the puddle. It has grown a little taller, now more than 1 meter tall, reaching 2 meters tall. If it grows a little taller, it will reach the height where it can ride a bus. Seeing this, Sei Ito nodded, and without hesitation, he made a fist-sized ball of world force and threw it at the little sapling. Is it done? Sei Ito said to himself. Okay, let's start. After a short silence, Sei Ito spoke again. The moment he spoke, a strange wave spread from Sei Ito's body and rushed straight to the twig in the puddle in front of him. At the same time, the twig, which felt the strange energy wave, trembled slightly, and its whole body suddenly bloomed with a green light. Almost at the same time when this green light appeared, the wood elemental yuan qi in the whole space surged wildly, bursting out a powerful life elemental energy, making the whole space seem to have entered into a state of accelerated time. A large number of weeds crazily grew on the originally bare land, and in the blink of an eye, they grew to the height of a small adult, exuding a fresh smell of grass. Fortunately, this burst of energy did not last long, only a little more than half a minute, and the burst of energy stopped. Then a mysterious and unfathomable power that was even more profound than pure spatial power spread out from the twig, blurring the 1 meter radius in the puddle it was in. It was as if that space had been filled up by something. At this time, Sei Ito narrowed his eyes slightly and stepped toward the twig. Space distortion effect, so close yet worlds apart. Sei Ito, who stepped on the water like an immortal, came within a 1 meter radius of the twig and felt the space change in this area. Then, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared in another space. This was a vast and boundless forest. A gigantic tree so tall that its crown could not be seen stood in the middle, making a pleasant rustling sound in the breeze that occasionally blew past. This giant tree was none other than the world tree planted in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, this new world was none other than Sei Ito's Rubik's Cube world. Is this how the world trees transfer between each other? It's really amazing. Sei Ito turned around and looked at the tall world tree with a chuckle. By the way, speaking of this, how many world trees have you contacted during this time? Sei Ito asked. Why only 2? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. I see. Got it. Once the connection here stabilizes, I'll go take a look at the 2 worlds you've connected to. Sei Ito, who understood the reason, smiled. Then, he stepped out again and reappeared in the modified space bubble with the help of the world tree's power. Sei Ito, who reappeared at the edge of the puddle, turned around and looked at the new sapling formed by the branches of the world tree with satisfaction, and then activated the dimensional transfer magic circle to leave the space bubble. The reason why Ito, Sei, spent so much effort to change the space bubble and spin the power of the world to cultivate a new branch of the world tree was very simple. He wanted to add a new transfer method, hoping to find a way to avoid the effects of the dimensional leap. The other reason was because he was being careful. After all, the world of the Demon High School was a large world made up of 3 in 1 and many smaller worlds, and it was filled with gods, demons, and other powerhouses. It was basically impossible to complete the conquest of this world and devour it, so it was very difficult to take Ria's and the others away. It could not be helped. Ria's sense of responsibility was just too strong. For the Gimli family, she could not leave with Ito when he left. As a result, her family, Junai, and the others could not leave with him, and could only stay in this world and be separated from him. So to solve this problem, even if Ria's left, she could return to the underworld at any time, or Ito could come here at any time to avoid the effects of the time difference. He remembered the movement method of the world tree that he had almost forgotten, and that was why he made those modifications and arrangements. As for why it was so troublesome to make space, a space bubble, and a defensive magic circle, it was because there were too many gods and god-level beings in this world. While the Rubik's Cube world did not have a unified combat force, it would still cause a lot of damage if an invasion happened. So for the safety of the Rubik's Cube world, it had to be done. Someone said that there were Norse gods in this world, right? If there was Odin, then there should be something like the world tree, right? Why not just let the world tree contact them? It was not that Ito did not consider this at first, but then he remembered that the other side was a Norse god, and they were not absolutely peaceful with the demons. They were also considered enemies. Plus, the world tree was not something that normal people could come into contact with, so he instinctively ruled out this option and used another world tree as the connecting portal for future teleportation. The next moment, Ito's figure returned to the Gimli family in the underworld, and he was flirting with Ria's, Junai, and the others while waiting for the connection between the world tree to stabilize. Chapter 1744. Just like using the Rubik's Cube to carry out dimensional travel, it was often affected by dimensional fluctuations and the current dimensional leap. The travel between the world trees was also very unstable. It required a period of waiting for the connection between the two trees to become stable. Only then could it carry out dimensional travel across worlds and across the sea of stars. Otherwise, it would be the same as other methods, where it would be affected by dimensional tremors and dimensional winds during travel, breaking the connection and causing the user to be lost in the endless dimensional sea. And this referred to the connection between two world trees that had enough consciousness to survive. If it was a new world tree or one that had not lived long enough, not to mention that it would take a long time to stabilize after establishment, even establishing a passage between the two might not be successful. Therefore, the world tree's consciousness and ability were insufficient. This was also one of the reasons why it took so long for Ito's world tree to establish a stable connection with the world trees of two other worlds. As for the other reason, it was the dimensional winds, dimensional tremors, and the dimensional leap that had recently affected the entire dimensional sea. Fortunately, although the sapling used by Ito was small, it was still directly split from the big tree, so there was a certain guarantee in terms of consciousness and age. In addition, the two came from the same body, so it was easy to fuse and interconnect with each other without any obstacles. Moreover, it was nourished by, Ito's world force, so as long as the connection could be stabilized at the very beginning, with the two coming from the same body, the passage would completely stabilize in no time. Amidst the leisurely and lively atmosphere, it was August 27th in the blink of an eye, the night before the official raiding game with Kangna. On this day, the former governor of the Fallen Angels, Athaziel, who had been busy and nowhere to be seen, finally appeared in the Jamonli mansion and gathered everyone together. Very respectfully, Ito was also one of the people who was not chased away. He came with Riaz and the others to a spacious room in the mansion and sat down. Riaz, how much does Kangna Syry know about the Jamonli family? After everyone was seated, Athaziel looked at Riaz and asked, "You know the general idea, right? For example, he knew the main weapons of Yudu, Junai, and Genova. He probably even knows about Gasper's divine artifact and Kitten's potential abilities," Riaz explained with a headache. "Well, that means you've basically seen through everything. Then, how much do you know about him?" Asashur sighed and asked in return, "I know the abilities of Tsang Na, the vice president queen, and the others. Although there are some whose abilities cannot be determined, Ria's replied. It's all unfavorable. Well, it didn't matter if it was a competition or an actual battle. These were all common occurrences. There were also examples of divine artifacts evolving and changing in battle. As long as he was careful, he would be fine. Are there 8 opponents? A Sashal explained as an old man who had been on the battlefield. Yes. 1 king, 1 queen, 1 chariot, 1 knight, 2 monks, and 2 soldiers. There were a total of 8 people. They don't seem to have used all their pieces. They have 2 more pieces than me, Riaz explained. In a raiding game, there are all kinds of people. Strength, skill, warlock support. Among them, Riaz is considered a warlock. In other words, she is the type with excellent magic power. Junai is the same. Sawfield is a skill type. He is someone who uses speed and skill in battle. Genova is a strength type who excels in speed. He is the type who kills in 1 hit. Gasper is a support type who is closer to skill. Kitten is a strength type. As he spoke, a Sashal opened a piece of white paper on the table. As if he was drawing a battle plan, he wrote everyone's name on the paper and roughly designed a reasonable battle formation. From the drawing, it looked like a dungeon exploration team. If he didn't know that World of Warcraft didn't exist in this world, Seito would have asked a Sashal if he was a horde or an alliance. The most important thing to pay attention to for a strength type is reflection. This is the most troublesome among the skill types, although there are reflection types in the divine artifacts. But when fighting against this type of opponent, Kitten and Genova, who are strength types, will often reverse the situation because of 1 hit. Reflection can return the opponent's strength and your own strength. The stronger your attack, the more damage you will receive. After giving a rough description of the formation, Athishel began to explain the characteristics of the combatants. It sounded like the so-called reflection in Tai Chi, the Ming Sect's heaven and earth great shift, the shifting flower palaces, shifting flowers into trees, and the Murong family's stellar transposition. These martial arts were similar in nature. They were all techniques that used the opponent's strength and your own strength to attack the enemy. For reflection, just use strength to overwhelm the opponent, Genova said in a domineering manner. Although you can do that, if the opponent is a genius who is proficient in that path, then it's a different story. At that time, try to avoid attacking. For those with reflection, let Junai, who uses magic, or Sawfield, who is a skill type, or even Gasper, who has the special ability of a vampire. No matter what, you have to consider proportionality. Strength types are very strong. However, it is too risky to fight against a skill type. A Sashal shook his head. Hearing this, Genova could not help but fall silent. Looking at her expression, it seemed like she did not understand. How about this, Genova? Use your strongest strength to attack me. Seeing this, Seito could not help but say from the side. Genova's face was filled with confusion. Aren't you a little confused? Then let's test it out. Seito stood up and said, All right then. Genova nodded in agreement, then stood up as well. Seeing the 2 of them like this, the others tactfully walked to the side, leaving an empty space for the 2 of them to fight. Yeah. At this moment, Genova shouted in a low voice. She swung her fist at Seito. Seito raised his hand to block. Although his arm moved later, it arrived first and hit the inside of Genova's wrist. Then, with a twist, he grabbed Genova's wrist with the back of his hand. As he moved sideways, he pulled Genova's wrist to the side, instantly pulling her away. Genova staggered a few steps forward. Do you understand now? Seito asked with a smile. Genova's face showed that she was deep in thought. It was clear that even though it was just a simple exchange, Genova, who had a decent combat talent, had vaguely grasped the key points. The reason why a skill type is a skill type means that they have a certain level of skill. Therefore, in front of a strength type who does not have the same level of skill, a skill type has a strong advantage. Therefore, the risk is very high. Seito continued after seeing that Genova seemed to understand. I understand. Genova nodded. All right then, I'll continue. A Sashal nodded. Riaz, if there's a reflex ability user among Song, not SYTRY's followers, they might go straight for Kitten. If Kitten's outburst is too strong, a reflex attack will be enough to eliminate her. When the time comes, you have to plan your strategy well. A Satchel said. Riaz nodded, indicating that she understood. After that, a Satchel talked about some matters that needed to be taken note of and sent everyone out. Probably because they knew that there was going to be a big battle. The night passed peacefully. Whether it was Riaz, Junai, or Genova, none of them attacked Sei Ito at night. As for Black Song of Taching, after their conversation that night, other than being very seductive and provocative, she never climbed into Sei Ito's bed again, which made Sei Ito feel a little regretful. The next day, everyone woke up early and washed up, then watched Riaz and her followers disappear from their sight. The reason why they did not go with them, other than the fact that they were not participants, was because they had received a VIP invitation from the Demon King's side. They planned to go to the venue with a Satchel later to watch the competition. Tom did not make Sei Ito wait for long. About 10 minutes after Riaz and her followers left, a Satchel appeared in front of Sei Ito. Together with him and his followers, Black Song of Taching, they went to a portable magic circle under Jimming City that led to the competition venue. They used the magic circle to enter the competition venue. One hit will be enough to eliminate you. When the time comes, you have to plan your strategy well. A Satchel said. Riaz nodded, indicating that she understood. After that, a Satchel talked about some matters that needed to be taken note of and sent everyone out. Probably because they knew that there was going to be a big battle. The night passed peacefully. Whether it was Riaz, Junai, or Genova, none of them attacked Sei Ito at night. As for Black Song of Taching, after their conversation that night, other than being very seductive and provocative, she never climbed into Sei Ito's bed again, which made him feel a little regretful. The next day, everyone woke up early and washed up, then watched Riaz and her followers disappear from their sight. The reason why they did not go with them, other than the fact that they were not participants, was because they had received a VIP invitation from the Demon King's side. They planned to go to the venue with a Satchel later to watch the competition. Itosei did not have to wait for long. About 10 minutes after Riaz and the others left, a Satchel appeared in front of Itosei. Together with Itosei and his family, Black Song, they went to a portable magic circle under Jimming City that was specially used to lead to the competition venue. They used the magic circle to enter the competition venue. Black Song of Taching City went to a portable magic circle under Jimming City that led to the competition venue. They used the magic circle to enter the competition venue. Chapter 1745. P.S. Thanks to Wongit for his precious monthly vote, and thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Hehe Divine Word for their tips. Thanks to Only Know How to Bully Me Honest for his comment. The two factions will be moving to their base formation at first. Lady Riaz's base formation is on the east side of the second floor, while Lady Kangna's base formation is on the west side of the first floor. If a soldier wishes to upgrade, please proceed to your opponent's base formation. Gilifia's voice was heard from the broadcast. No wonder it looks so familiar, Sei Ito said in realization. The so-called shopping mall was actually a comprehensive department store. It had everything that one needed in life, whether it was a pet shop, a game center, a restaurant, a bookstore, or a pharmacy. It could be said that once one entered this building, one would not have to worry about spending money. There are special rules for this competition. The information has been sent to all factions. Please confirm. The Phoenix's tier will be given to each faction as a recovery item. Also, the duration of the battle is 30 minutes. During this period, both sides are prohibited from making contact with each other. The competition is scheduled to begin 30 minutes later, Gilifia continued. At the same time, maids walked into the hall one by one, delivering detailed information about the additional rules of the competition to every spectator. Sei Ito took the information and looked at it. The restrictions are quite strict, Sei Ito exclaimed after roughly browsing through the additional rules. There were 2 additional rules. One was do not destroy the mall as the battleground, and the other was do not use Gasper Varati's divine artifact. The first one was not much to say. It was to suppress large-scale magic attacks and turn the competition into a detailed battle to test the strategies of both sides. The second rule was more targeted. It blocked Riaz's hand, but the reason was clear. Gasper's control over the divine artifact was still unstable. It could easily hurt himself, so he was prohibited from using the divine artifact for protection. However, both of these rules did not seem to be in Riaz's favor. After all, Genova's Holy Sword Dilindar was best at using Holy Impact to deal large-scale damage to its surroundings. Seito raised his head and looked at the screen. On the screen, Riaz split into 4 groups after a brief discussion with her kin. The first team consisted of Kitten herself. She stayed alone on the second floor and charged head-on. A team consisting of Kiba Yudo and Genova headed to the parking lot on the first floor of the mall. The other team was led by Gasper, who used his vampire ability to transform into a large number of bats and flew around the mall to collect information. The remaining team consisted of Lias and Junai. They would stay in their formation for the time being and wait for the match to start before they could move. On the other hand, Chi Kukana, who was Riaz's opponent, also made the necessary arrangements according to the information in his hands. For example, Spoon Yuan Shuro and the little girl with 2 ponytails went to the second floor. For example, the queen, Shinra Chunheim, and the chariot, Yui Yori and the knight, Patrol Handle went to the underground parking lot. For example, the remaining 2 did nothing but wander around the mall. Just like that, both sides were unaware of each other. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. Also, this match will be a short battle with a time limit of 3 hours. Now let the match begin. Galifia's voice came from the broadcast at the right time. Sound good? Seito chuckled. Let's hope Riaz can win. Sarjix on the side added. Victory belongs to my Sangna-chan. At this moment, the other demon king, Seraphil Leviathan, came to their side and spoke in a strange way of speaking. So this is the current Red Dragon Emperor? Besides Seraphil, an old man dressed like a Muslim sized up Seito and said. Beside him was a silver-haired girl in a skirt and armor. She also looked at Seito with a curious expression. Come, let me introduce you. This old bastard is the leader of Valhalla from the northern countryside, Odin. A Satchel introduced with a nasty tone. Bad boy of the fallen angels, that's slander. Odin said with dissatisfaction. Then don't do anything despicable. A Satchel retorted without holding back. Oomph. Odin snorted and looked at Seito again. You have a strange smell on you. A moment later, Odin's only remaining eye flashed with a glint. Naturally, the smell he was talking about was not a real smell, but something else that Odin valued. Really? Maybe there's something wrong with your nose, Seito, who also understood this, raised an eyebrow and retorted without any fear. Is that so? Probably. Odin looked at Seito seriously and chuckled. Then, the two of them skipped the topic. Instead, they focused on watching the rating game that was playing on the screen. Beside them, Sagex and a Satchel looked at each other and did not say anything. They quietly watched the game that was going on. One of Lady Ria's Jaimanri's monk has left the stage. At this moment, Galifia's announcement came from the broadcast. The monk that was left was Gasper. Under the intentional guidance of the 2 followers of Chikura who were wandering around, Gasper, who had turned into a bat, was lured to the food area. Due to the large number of bat clones that had gathered, Gasper returned to his human form and fainted from the smell of garlic in the food area. Small trick, Odin said with disdain. Being able to use the advantage of the venue reasonably and finding a way to counter the opponent is also a smart move. A Satchel chuckled. At the same time, Kitten on the second floor and Shiba Yudo and Genova on the first floor's parking lot also met their opponents, Shiba Motoshiro and Rinmuru Ryuko, as well as Shinra Chunji, Yuri Yori, and Shiba Kuba. Then, the screen that was playing the scene on the second floor, where the kitten was suddenly turned into a blazing white. However, it quickly returned to normal, and the scene on the second floor was replayed. At this moment, little Kitten, who had cat ears on her head and a cat tail on her back, had entered Nicomeda's state and activated her mystical ability. She closed her eyes and resisted the attacks of the twin-tailed girl named Rinmuru Ryuko with all her might. At the same time, a light blue energy beam connected her to the divine artifact in her hand, Black Dragon Veins Ki Motoshiro. Little Kitten's power was absorbed by Ki Motoshiro's divine artifact. However, this situation quickly changed. Little Kitten, who had recovered her vision, counterattacked, and Rinmuru Ryuko's body began to wobble. Her eyes were in a daze, as if she was having a psychotic episode. Seizing this opportunity, Little Cat instantly punched out with his fists covered in a faint white mist towards Rin Village Luzi's chest. Bam! With a dull thud, Rinmuru Ryuko knelt on the ground as expected. Mystical ability, a Thasher exclaimed. Good teaching, say Ito said to touching Hage beside him. One of Lord Kangna Esvarwai's soldier has left the field. At the right time, Gilifia's announcement came from the broadcast. Then, the kitten in the picture turned around and rushed toward Keela's scholar. Unwilling to wait for death, Ki gathered a ball of mana in his hand and turned it into a magic bullet, which he shot at Little Kitten. Little Kitten's figure flashed as she advanced. She suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the front of the magic bullet. Then, she appeared in front of Ki and punched out with her fist covered in white mist. Bam! Ki's body was instantly thrown back. Compared to Rinmuru Ryuko, who had a close combat divine artifact, Ki's close combat ability was weak. He was no match for Little Kitten, who specialized in punching and kicking. So, after a while, Gilifia's announcement sounded in everyone's ears again. One of Lord Kangna Esvarwai's soldier has left the field. Then, Little Kitten turned around and moved towards the enemy's main camp. On the other side, in the parking lot on the first floor, after a short conversation, the 5 people from both sides immediately started fighting. It was worth mentioning that the weapon in Genova's hand wasn't her sacred sword, Dilindar. Instead, it was the bribe that Michael gave to say Ito as a gift, Akaslan. As for why Genova got her hands on it. Due to the drawbacks of the sacred sword Dilindar, after the instructor of the Supernatural Research Club, Athashel, had assigned everyone a training mission, he borrowed the dragon-slaying sacred sword Ascalon from Ito Sei and gave it to Genova to familiarize himself with. The two sides fought fiercely. Then, they suddenly stopped. Genova and Kiba Yudo switched opponents. Then, the two sides started fighting again. But soon, an unexpected change occurred. Under Genova's attack, the huge decorative mirror that suddenly appeared in front of Shinra Chunji shattered. Then, Genova spat out a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground. That's the divine artifact, Mirror of Remembrance, right? Athasiel sighed. The Mirror of Remembrance was a divine artifact that, when damaged, could return the damage back to the opponent. Other than that, it could only be used when it was in perfect condition. It could be used to summon mutants from another dimension to attack. It was quite a powerful divine artifact. Then, a new change appeared on the screen. After Genova fell to the ground, Shiba Yudo, who was enraged, shouted loudly. Using the divine spirit aura from the alternate dimension that Genova created for him to store Holy Sword Dilindar, he combined it with his divine artifact, Demon Sword Creation, to create a large number of holy demon swords with the aura of Holy Sword Dilindar. The swords were stabbed into the ground like rain. One of Lord Kangna's chariot and knight has left the field. One of Lord Riaz's knight has left the field. Along with Kiba Yudo's attack, Gilifia's voice was heard through the broadcast. After finishing their respective battles, Kitten, Kiba Yudo, Riaz, and Junai, who hadn't moved much, walked towards Kangna and the others. After a while, everyone gathered together. Kiba Yudo swung the holy demon sword in his hand and cut off the blue energy threads that were still connected to Kitten even though the original owner had left the field. Even so, such a long period of extraction still made the Kitten dizzy and her face pale. So, her legs soon went soft and she sat on the ground. Lying down, she barely kept her consciousness and did not faint. But it was impossible for her to fight now. After that, Riaz and Ji Chu Kangna chatted for a while before the battle began. Sigh. She's been led around by her opponent. Is this the combat level of the next head of the Gimli family? Compared to the Sytry family, the Gimli family's princess has always been at a disadvantage. It's her first time, so it's inevitable that she's inexperienced. Watching the battle on the screen, similar comments immediately rang out in the entire viewing hall. However, judging from the comments, they all had a slightly worse impression of Riaz's battle, but it couldn't be helped. Without Hyodo Issei's presence and the miraculous skill of breast translation, Riaz, who didn't know that she had been tricked into a barrier, was fighting with the essence illusion inside the barrier. It was only when Junai and Kiba Yudo's battle broke out that the illusion was broken. In the end, with Kitten's reminder, Riaz discovered Kangna's real body that was hiding on the roof. So it was natural that the comments were low. Fortunately, in the final battle between the king and the king, Riaz used her destructive magic to defeat Jichu Kangna, who possessed water magic. She then killed the king and won the battle. So in the end, while the comments of the higher-ups weren't full of praises, it was still acceptable. They were quite satisfied with the performance of Riaz and her family. At this point, Riaz's first official rating game ended with her victory. Compared to the original work where she lost to Phoenix, it was much better. At least there wasn't so much gossip. Rating games are really interesting. Seito chuckled. Didn't you already make the chess pieces? How about it? Do you want to participate in the invitations for a while? Asashel glanced at Taching Haiga, who was standing beside Seito, and laughed. Forget it. That would make a good match into a complete farce. Seito said softly. That's true. Asashel agreed. Okay, excuse me. I'm going to see Riaz and the others. Seito said. Let's go together. Sarjek smiled. Okay. Seito nodded in agreement. Then the two of them said goodbye to Odin and Serafel and walked out of the audience hall together. They came to the area specially used to receive and settle the wounded in the raiding game. They found Riaz's room and walked in. Chapter 1746. After the day of the raiding game, Soren visited Riaz, Junai, and the others. He also went to visit Idose and Kangna after Serafel left. After that, he went to a meeting room with Sajix, Serafel, Asashel, and Odin to have a simple discussion about Calamity Cluster. Of course, during this process, Seito remained silent and did not express any opinions as he watched the two sides talk like a bystander. After that, Seito bid farewell to the Demon King and the gods and followed Riaz and the others, who had mostly recovered, back to the Gimli mansion to rest. And this time, they stayed until the summer vacation was almost over. After that, Seito and the others boarded the Gimli family's private train and returned to the human realm through the return channel. Outside the train station in the human realm, Seito asked Taching Darksong, who was beside him, "Are you coming with me or going back to Riaz's stronghold with Kitten? It took me a lot of effort to find Bayin, so of course I'll be with her." Taching Darksong replied without hesitation. "Okay then," Seito said nonchalantly. "Then I'll be going," Seito said to Riaz and the others. "Be careful on the way." "Okay," Riaz said. Idose waved at the crowd, turned around, and walked to the side of the street. He reached out and stopped a taxi that happened to pass by. Under the gaze of Riaz and the others, he took the taxi back to his rented apartment. Bam! With the movement of the iron, the door was slammed shut. Unlike in the past, not only did Linari not come out to greet her master, but the clean room was also covered in a thin layer of dust, making the room seem cold and lifeless. The reason why it became like this was because back when he finished making the chess pieces and returned to take Linari in as his dependent, Seito also sent her into the Rubik's Cube world at the same time. So without a master to clean the room, it became as cold as an empty room to be rented. The connection is stable. It's time for the Rubik's Cube to return, Seito thought as he ignored the changes in the room. Thinking of this, Seito's mind moved. Then, without any movement, a wooden bulge emerged from Seito's back, and as it grew longer, it gradually turned into a human. It broke free and jumped to the ground. Would release, would clone technique. "I'll leave this to you," Seito said to his would clone. Okay. The wood clone smiled. After getting the answer, Sei nodded slightly. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of the wood clone. Seeing Sei disappear, the wood clone relaxed its body and then waved its arm, creating a slight whirlwind. It blew through the entire apartment, stirring up dust, broke the window, and flew out of the apartment. Then, Sei walked into the room, sat on the sofa as usual, and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. Osaka's beef is excellent. On the other side, the real Sei appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, how long will it take to return? Sei asked loudly. The time is uncertain. Okay, let's begin the return. Sei who didn't expect this answer, was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Yes. Dimensional movement commencing. Sei didn't care too much about the return to the beginning. His figure flashed, and he returned to his home in the Rubik's Cube world and lived a leisurely life with his family and his harem. A few days later, the summer vacation officially ended, and Sei like the students, ushered in his second teaching job. And the first job, it was a big job, the Sports Festival of Keigakuin. It was also known as the Sports Festival, a large-scale social event where pants and sweat flew and girls panted. No, it was a large-scale competitive event. So, Sei was busy outside, and he had to contact each class from time to time, urging them to send the list of participants to him, so he had less time to interact with Rias and the others. But correspondingly, Seito's relationship with the student council became much closer. This was because Neon Gakuin pursued self-management. So, for a large-scale event like the sports festival, other than Seito, who was the physical education teacher, the student council, who was the organizer of the sports festival, was also very busy. They had to contact him frequently to discuss the flow of the competition during the sports festival, the preparation of props, and the arrangement of safety measures. So, it was inevitable that they had frequent contact with Seito, which made their already good relationship even closer. That's Wisteria Irina? On this day, Seito, who was walking to the staff office with a pile of documents, suddenly stopped and looked at the flaxen-haired girl who was hugging Genova and rubbing her face. Then, he turned around and walked to where the two were. Genova, Irina, Seito greeted. Sensei, Genova called out. Sensei. Wisteria Irina was surprised. Because they didn't end their relationship very often, Wisteria Irina wasn't clear about Seito's relationship in the school. Seikuin is the physical education teacher of this school, Genova explained when he saw his companion's confusion. Wow, nice to meet you, Sensei. Please take care of me in the future. Wisteria Irina greeted him in a cute tone. Your Seito looked at Wisteria Irina's uniform and asked, Oh, I was ordered by Lord Michael to transfer here. Let's talk about the details after school. It's at the legendary old school building, okay? Wisteria Irina answered Seito's question simply and said, Sure, Seito said casually. Then Seito chatted with Genova and Wisteria Irina for a while before parting ways with them and continuing with his work. Just like that, the busy day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for school to end. Seeing that it was almost time, Seito tidied up his work and left the staff office. He walked toward the old school building. On the way, he bumped into Shijo Kangna and her queen, Shinra Chunji, who also seemed to be heading to the old school building. Kangna, are you guys going to the old school building as well? Seito greeted. Yes, Kangna nodded in confirmation. At the same time, Shinra Chunji bowed to Seito as a greeting. Then let's go together, Seito suggested. Okay, Shijo Kangna agreed. The three of them immediately formed a team and walked toward the old school building not far away. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at the Supernatural Research Society's office in the old school building. In the office, the hosts, Rias and Junai, Kitten and Kibayudo, Genova and Gappas, Asashurs, and the main character this time, Wisteria Irina, were already in the room. They were chatting happily. All right, Kangna, you're here, Rias greeted when she saw Seito and the other two enter the office. Yes, Kangna replied softly. As they spoke, Shijo Kangna, Sei Ito, and Shinrichinji walked to the side and stood with Junai and the others. Since everyone's here, let's begin. Seeing that everyone was here, Riaz clapped her hands lightly to attract everyone's attention. Then she looked at Wisteria Irina, who was sitting on the sofa, and smiled. Wisteria Irina, welcome to this school. Thank you. Everyone, this is the first time we've met. In comparison, we've met more often. Welcome, Wisteria Irina. The church? No. As the emissary of Lord Angel, I'm here to pay a visit to Kuma Academy. Wisteria Irina stood up from the sofa and bowed. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone present clapped their hands to welcome her. During this process, Wisteria Irina began to utter prayers and exclamations such as thank you, Lord, Lord Michael is so great, and so on, causing the demons present to reveal wry smiles on their faces. Say, do you know about the death of the god recorded in the Bible? At this moment, a Sashal who was sitting by the side suddenly asked. As soon as he said this, the room immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Wisteria Irina, who was maintaining a praying posture. Of course, Lord Governor of the Fallen Angels. Don't worry, I already know about the death of the Lord. Wisteria Irina, who looked very pious, replied in a surprisingly relaxed tone. Surprisingly strong. Irina, who has a strong heart of faith, came here without any shock. Seeing this, as Wisteria Irina's former companion, Genova could not help but sigh. Isn't there definitely going to be a shock? The fulcrum of the soul, the center of the world. Just like that kind of existence, the Holy Father is dead. That's all my faith, the path that I've been practicing until now. When I learned the truth from Lord Michael, it was a huge shock. It was so huge that I couldn't get out of bed for 7 days and 7 nights. My lord. However, as soon as Genova finished speaking, Wisteria Irina's eyes were immediately filled with tears. She approached Genova while speaking in an exaggerated manner to express the shock she had received. Then, Wisteria Irina abruptly collapsed onto the coffee table and began to wail. I understand. Genova reached out and patted Wisteria Irina's back and said softly, Can I treat you as Michael's emissary? After Wisteria Irina calmed down a little, a Sashal asked again. Chapter 1747. Yes, Sir Aesophagus. There isn't a single angel emissary here, and this has troubled Sir Michael greatly. He said that there are no emissaries on the scene. Hearing Aesophagus' question, Wisteria Irina then nodded affirmatively and replied, Michael said something like that. Although this is a place where the forces of heaven and the underworld are active, in fact, the only people who are active here are Lee's, Tsang Sytry's dependents, and a small number of people, including me. Well, even if that's the case, it's still not enough. That idiot Michael even said that it's better to send someone from the heaven realm to do something like that. It's already impressive enough, but the degree of good people in heaven is still on the rise. Although I said that there's no need, he still didn't agree. That guy still insisted on sending someone over. Aesophagus sighed helplessly. It's getting more and more exaggerated, this school. On the side, Sei Ito, who subconsciously thought of the giant that existed in this school, could not help but sigh. However, at this moment, the main character in the room, Wisteria Irina, suddenly stood up and clasped her hands in front of her chest, making a posture of a believer praying. Then, with a pa-pa-pa sound, a pair of pure white wings unfolded from her back under everyone's gaze, emitting a white holy light. Wisteria Irina, did you turn into an angel? Aesophagus asked calmly, while everyone except Sei Ito was shocked. Angel? Is there such a phenomenon? Genova was puzzled. No, actually, it hasn't happened so far. Although the relevant theories have been discussed between scientists in heaven and the underworld. Aesophagus replied. On the side, Sei Ito walked behind Wisteria Irina and reached out to touch the feathers on her back a few times. Yes, with Sir Michael's blessing, I have become a reincarnated angel. I heard that it was possible to achieve this by using the technology currently used by demons and fallen angels everywhere. Wisteria Irina opened her eyes and replied, Wisteria Irina, a seraph. It's the divine messenger system, right? Saito said calmly. Divine messenger system? I remember that you asked Michael for something. Asa Schurz raised his eyebrows. It's a variant of the Devil's Pawn system. There are a total of 10 members of the 4 Seraphs and other Seraphs, each from A to Queen, to create 12 subordinates called monster trainers based on cards. The king in the cards, the master, angel, Ito explained. When I got it, I only had the general framework, the core. The reincarnation system had not been completed. Now it's a success. I see. The technology of the Devil's Pawn system. Apply that together with the artificial artifact technology of the fallen angels. Really, after Heaven Realm brought the technology over, they carried out some fun development. If the demon was a chess piece, Angels is playing cards. Well, poker cards have the meaning of trump cards, because after the death of a god, there was no way to increase the number of pure angels. That's why you linked the increase in reincarnation angels to the strengthening of your own army. Understanding the situation, Athathiel said in realization, if it's this system, there should be a powerhouse called Joker behind the scenes. The 12 are also modeled after the 12 apostles. Lord Archangel, really, makes me think it's very interesting. Then, as if he thought of something, Asashel chuckled. As expected of an expert in artificial artifact research, his thinking was very open. Just by listening to Ito's detailed introduction of the divine system, he understood the entire situation of the divine system, which made Ito secretly admire him. And then, Irina, what card are you? After laughing, Asa Schurz looked at Irina and asked, I'm Ace. Ha ha. I'm going to enjoy the glory of being assigned as Lord Michael's ace. My life is not in vain. Although the Lord is no longer here, being able to be Lord Michael's ace has already allowed me to live on. Oh. Irina's eyes sparkled as she said excitedly, Oh, so Michael has become the new spiritual food? Asashel nodded and asked, Yes. Compared to losing yourself, it's still something worth celebrating, Genova said. Well, that's true. Compared to losing myself because of Lord God's death, finding a new Lord and working hard is a huge step forward, Wisteria Irina said happily. So in your eyes, the Lord is a boss who can give you a salary? Then your faith is really cheap. Ito smiled as he withdrew his hand and walked back to stand beside Junai. Is that so? Irina said in surprise. Then, a conflicted expression appeared on her face. At the same time, the angel wings that were affected by Irina's thoughts also began to switch between white and black, looking as if they were about to fall. Don't fall like that. Michael will cry, Asa Schurz said hurriedly. Although he welcomed the fall of every angel, it also depended on the time and situation. Right now, Wisteria Irina was clearly here as the representative of heaven. If she fell and became a fallen angel because of them, although it wouldn't do much, it would still be a bit hard to explain. It wouldn't be good for peace. Of course, after a long time, if Irina still wanted to fall, he would definitely welcome her with open arms. Nothing amused him more than to see Michael suffer a setback. Oh, Lord Michael, please forgive me. I definitely didn't mean to treat you as a cheap employer. Irina, who had finally extricated herself from her conflicted thoughts, quickly put on a praying look and closed her eyes as she spoke sincerely. All right, let's continue the topic from before, Asa Schurz said. Oh, Lord Michael is planning to carry out a variant of the Devil's Ting game in the future, a game between Devil's Pawn and Monster Trainer. Although it's only limited to the power of the Blazing Angels now, Lord Angels other than the Blazing Angels will be able to participate in this system soon and carry out an intense competition just like the Devil's Ting game. Irina introduced. After hearing Irina's words, Ria's, Song-na, and the others' faces were once again filled with shock. There are many angels and demons who disagree with the decision made by the upper class. People who have been hostile to each other for a long time will definitely be dissatisfied if they suddenly shake hands and make peace with each other. However, you're really scheming, Michael. This way, by using competition to replace war, you can disperse the accumulated grievances of both sides. Just like the World Cup and the Olympics for humans. Something that can disperse the grievances of both sides? Thanks to the alliance, the various forces have to adopt various new policies. It looks like it's going to be very difficult over there. Compared to Ria's and the others' stunned expressions, Asa Schurz said with admiration. So, us kin can also fight against the Angels game system? Genova asked with a twinkle in his eyes. It might be like that in the future. Although that's the case, it shouldn't be too soon. It'll take at least 10 years. Maybe even 20 years later. Well, that'll be the golden period for you as new demons. You can enjoy it. Asa Schurz said. We can enjoy it. Song Na, who had not made any comments, said in a calm tone. However, the content of her words made everyone hear the anticipation in her heart. Sounds interesting, Kiba Yudo said excitedly. The church is very scary, Gasper said with a frown. Even now, the church had not stopped hunting vampires and had not signed a peace agreement with the vampire forces. Let's leave it at that. Today is Irina's welcome party. Song Na reminded them with a smile when she saw that the topic was going off track. Demons, I've always been hostile to you and wanted to destroy you. However, since Lord Michael has instructed us to get along well in the future, I feel that I should get along well with everyone. Actually, from a personal point of view, I really want to get along well with everyone. I will work hard as the church's representative. Please take good care of me. Wisteria Irina looked around at everyone in the room and spoke with a serious expression. After that, everyone stopped talking about topics that had nothing to do with them for the time being and began to organize Irina's welcome party. Well, to put it more formally, this was a victory party, a harmonious party, a meaningful party, and a party that was worth commemorating and continuing in the future. A few days later, Chariot King Academy's sports festival officially began. Everyone, get into position. Get ready. Sei Ito, who was standing on the field, raised his arm high and pointed the starting pistol at the sky as he spoke loudly to the 6 girls who were lined up in a row in front of him. Bang! The moment the starting pistol sounded, the 6 girls who were already in position rushed out of the starting line and ran forward quickly. Come on! Come on! Come on! At the same time, the students on both sides shouted in unison, cheering for their respective classmates. This is youth. Ito Sei sighed with a face full of vicissitudes. Sensei Ito, why are you learning from us at such a young age? An older physical education teacher beside him joked after hearing Sei Ito's exclamation. Well, maybe I'm influenced by my environment. Sei Ito joked. You rascal. The teacher glared at Sei Ito in annoyance. Next group, get ready. Then he spoke loudly. The 6 girls walked out of the crowd and came to the front of the running track, stretching their bodies. Everyone, get into position. Get ready. Bang. Chapter 1748. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany, Zuzi, and NXCX for your precious monthly votes. On this day, in the main world's home in Akakarino City. Master, little Ling Meng's voice rang out. How long have you been gone this time? Seito asked. 28 days, 17 hours, and 35 minutes. Little Ling Meng replied in a timely manner. 28 days, Seito murmured. So there's still 1 day before the deadline. Then, Seito's eyes focused, and he ordered in a low voice, issue a citywide alert and activate all evacuation rehearsal programs. Let all the multifunctional alert robots enter the predetermined state. Yes. Almost as soon as little Ling Meng's voice fell, a long siren that sounded like a space gap alarm rang out in the sky above Akakarino City. Attention, everyone! Attention, everyone! The city is now officially in a level 1 state of combat readiness. Everyone, please follow the instructions on the evacuation manual and cooperate with the staff to evacuate. Repeat. Everyone, at the same time, The residents' TVs, computers, radios, mobile phones, large screens outside the city, and the hydrogen airships flying freely above the city all switched to the corresponding channels, transmitting the evacuation notice to everyone's ears. What's going on? As the bright red stream of light exploded, QB appeared in the room, dressed in a black kimono. Just preparing in advance, Ito said with a chuckle as he looked at QB. The enemy might not attack as soon as the deadline is up, QB said calmly. Then let's just treat it as an evacuation drill. After all, they won't lose anything if they move around more, Ito said nonchalantly. As he spoke, two spatial ripples appeared one after another. Then, Tetroso and Ingrid, who had broken through from Class A to Class S with the help of the magic tower, appeared in the room one after another. Lord, Tetroso bowed. Chin, what's wrong? Ingrid asked too. Haha, relax, Ingrid. Nothing happened for now, Ito comforted with a smile. For now, Ingrid, who keenly grasped the key word in Ito's words, frowned. Yes, for now. However, in order to prevent enemies from appearing at any time, I issued a refuge order. Ito shrugged. Who is the enemy? Ingrid asked seriously. Japanese gods, Ito replied. Then, he added another word with uncertainty. Probably. Oh my God, how did you provoke such an existence? Ingrid's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. Tetroso, who had been silent all this time, also had a change in expression. It was a coincidence, Ito said helplessly. But don't worry, the gods aren't as scary as you think. After that, Ito put on a confident and relaxed expression as he looked at Tetroso and Ingrid Tetroso. Oh, bastard. That was a god, not those cats and dogs. Ingrid said angrily. So what? Things were already like this. I'm also a victim now, Ito said helplessly. Ingrid's brows furrowed tightly as her expression kept changing. Only after a while did he let out a long sigh, and his expression became firm. Sorry, Chun, I think our cooperation is over, Ingrid said, her eyes flickering. Instantly, Ito's brows furrowed tightly as his expression darkened. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Without your help, I wouldn't be who I am now. But I'm sorry, I still have my mission. I can't risk my life with you here, so I'm sorry, Ingrid said softly. On the side, a mocking sneer appeared on QB's face. Chun Zhao didn't know if she was mocking Ingrid's disloyalty and hypocrisy, or was she mocking Ito for being unable to even keep a subordinate. Sorry, dear. Also, I love you. With that, she activated a teleportation spell without hesitation and disappeared before Ito's eyes. Because they didn't receive any instructions from Ito, Tetroso, and QB didn't stop her. They just watched as Ingrid completed her teleportation spell and left. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. Huh, so accurate. Ito's eyes flickered as he mocked himself. Just like what he said, even a husband and wife may betray each other in the face of a disaster, let alone Ingrid, who was more interested in benefits than feelings. It was natural for her to choose to betray when facing an enemy that she couldn't match in her mind. Master, magician Ingrid has handed over the management rights of the Mage Tower. Just then, little Ling Meng's voice suddenly sounded in the room. You take over, Ito ordered casually. Yes. Little Ling Meng's voice disappeared. That's the situation. Everyone, get ready. Ito relied on his strong willpower to dispel the negative emotions in his heart and looked up at Tetroso and QB. Yes. Tetroso respectfully replied. QB nodded indifferently. Then, the void rippled and Tetroso and QB disappeared from the room together. Master, Mage Ingrid is moving towards the outskirts of the city. Should we intercept her? Little Ling Meng's voice sounded again. No need, Ito said indifferently. Yes. Little Ling Meng's voice disappeared again. In this chaotic world, where can you go if you leave my pure land? Ito's face showed a disdainful sneer. Ito closed his eyes and sent his thoughts into the Rubik's Cube to contact the World Tree, Gluttonous tree, how long until the last passage stabilizes? Rustle, rustle, rustle. The world tree shimmered, and the leaves rustled as if they were being blown by the wind. 2 more days? I hope it's not too late. With that, Seito opened his eyes again. Yes. At this moment, 2 new voices sounded in the room. Seito turned around and smiled. My Masami, it's you two. Surprisingly, the 2 of them, who didn't live together, appeared in the same room. What's going on? Why did the evacuation alarm sound in the city? My Karaki asked worriedly. She walked to Seito's side with Nagasawa Masami and sat down on the sofa next to him. It's nothing. It's just that the enemy might be attacking here, Seito explained with a smile. However, because the 2 weren't part of the official cultivation system and weren't the main combatants, there was no need to explain too clearly. Are they strong? Nagasawa Masami asked with concern. They're all right, Seito replied casually. This was not a lie. To him, who had already fused with the Red Dragon Emperor, an ordinary heavenly immortal/elementary god would not necessarily be his match. In fact, it could even be said that they were 1 level higher than him. Even those who had just entered the true immortal/novice god level could die in Seito's hands with the help of the Red Dragon Emperor's enhanced attributes. Therefore, to a certain extent, alright was already a humble way of putting it. Is that so? That's good. My Karaki looked seriously at Seito's expression and relaxed. You came here because of this? Seito raised his eyebrows. What do you think? Do you know the panic caused by the alarm? Karaki said in an annoyed tone. How could Seito not know about the panic caused by this? It was just that he didn't think there was a need to pay attention to it. After all the preparations and countermeasures were already in place. It didn't matter what the residents did. Under the suppression of the multifunctional AI robots that were already in combat mode and given the permission to kill, they couldn't do anything. Has your family taken refuge? Seito smiled and asked with concern. Uh-huh. My Karaki and Nagasawa Masami nodded in unison. That's good. Seito nodded and said, What about you guys? Are you staying with me or going to the Fallout shelter to accompany your family? The Fallout shelter. Since you have to fight with the enemies soon, it's better for you to stay at home and rest. My Karaki said with concern for Seito. Nagasawa Masami also nodded in agreement. Masami, let's go. Then, my Karaki got up and said, Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Seito asked with surprise. No, I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. My Karaki rolled her eyes at Seito. Ha! Nagasawa Masami, who got up from the sofa, laughed. Seito was speechless by my Karaki's words. We're leaving. Saying that, she walked into the room with Nagasawa Masami, who playfully winked at Ito Seiji. Then, they left Ito Seiji's house through a portal that was specially built for the 2 of them. It could connect them to their residences in the city. Master, Princess Yoshiko sent an inquiry. She wants to know what happened. As soon as the 2 left, little Ling Meng's voice rang in Ito's ears again. Tell her that a battle is about to happen here. Tell her and her people to follow the instructions of the staff and take refuge. Seito said softly, Yes. Not far away, Princess Yoshiko's residence, Akiyuya Palace. We have received a reply. Ito-sama said that we should follow the instructions of the staff and take refuge. A maid wearing a plain kimono reported to Princess Yoshiko. I understand. Do as Ito-sama said. Princess Yoshiko said. Yes. The maid bowed her head and replied. Someone, go and invite the 2 people in the guest room. The maid turned her head and ordered. Yes. After more than an hour, following the execution of the evacuation order, the originally bustling city immediately became as quiet as a ghost town. There were no signs of human activity. There were only lifeless, multifunctional security robots that tirelessly roamed around the city, searching every corner, looking for fish in the net, or cleaning the city while they were at it. Master, the evacuation of the city's personnel has been completed. At the same time, little Ling Meng's voice rang out. Stay alert, Seito said softly. Yes. I hope you won't make me wait for too long. Ito muttered to himself. Then he closed his eyes and entered meditation. He began to conserve his energy for the upcoming battle. In this way, Ito conserved his energy. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the last moment of the last day of the deadline. The moment the ticking second hand moved once again, the entire Earth space immediately shook slightly. Then a ripple surged out from the void, slowly but firmly spreading in all directions. Soon, this ripple swept across the sky of Akiuya City. At the same time this ripple swept across, Ito immediately felt the suppression power that had always existed on his body loosen. It was as if he had taken off a heavy burden, making his whole body become relaxed. Ito knew that the restriction that prevented immortals/initial gods from descending to the human world had been completely lifted. Then with a thought, he flashed to the sky of Akiuya City and looked around. In the next moment, a large amount of divine radiance spread across the sky of Japan. At the same time, a large number of figures of varying strength appeared in the divine radiance and descended towards Japan. 8 million gods, huh? Ito narrowed his eyes as he sensed all this. Are you sure you can win? At this moment, a voice rang in Ito's ears. Then the ripple spread, and Kyubi appeared, emitting a strong aura of charm and evil from head to toe. As long as the number of people doesn't exceed the limit, Ito said indifferently without turning his head. You're full of confidence, Kyubi sneered. Ito smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. I hope you can really do it when the time comes. Otherwise, I won't accompany you to your death, Kyubi said indifferently. After saying that, she didn't wait for Ito to speak. Just like when she came, she disappeared along with the spatial ripple. You really are crazy. Partner, isn't it a very good stage? Drager. Ito chuckled. Don't die when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Drager spoke again. I don't want to be stranded in a foreign land. Do dragons also have feelings for the land? Ito laughed. Don't worry, I'll live well, and then I'll take you to enjoy life in this world. Ito continued without waiting for Drager to speak. After saying that, Ito looked at the location of the Kansai area again. Then, with a flash, he returned to his home below and closed his eyes to rest. While Ito was resting, various gods, elves, fairies, devils, and monsters from the inheritance systems of other countries also came through space and descended into the chaotic main world. They clashed with the biochemical beasts created by the Orion Empire, creating new chaos one after another. Earth, which had just been peaceful, once again entered a chaotic world. Chapter 1749. In the main hall of a large shrine in the Kagoshima area of Japan, a naked woman with loose black hair knelt in front of a long sword, her head bowed as she listened to something. Yes, my lord, I will take the enemy's head and offer it to my god, the woman said in a sonorous tone. As soon as she finished speaking, a sacred light bloomed from the rusty long sword placed on the sacrificial altar in front of her. Then, a mass of bright light the size of a human fist emerged from the sword and slowly floated in front of the woman. The woman raised her head, her expression full of fanaticism. She stretched out her hands, held the mass of light, and held it in front of her chest. In the next moment, the mass of light flashed slightly and disappeared into the woman's chest. Oomph! Subconsciously, the woman let out a painful groan. Then a huge, godlike aura suddenly erupted from the woman's body. Like a gust of wind, it raged wildly in the main hall of the shrine. If it weren't for the powerful enchantment in the main hall, it was believed that this seemingly ancient and dilapidated building would definitely be smashed by this gust of wind and become a ruin. After a minute or so, the aura disappeared, and the seemingly ordinary naked woman reappeared. However, at this time, if someone looked at her eyes carefully, they would find that in the woman's dark, ink-like pupils, the shape of a Japanese sword faintly emerged in the depths of her pupils, exuding an amazing sense of sharpness. At this time, The woman stood up from the ground, took a step forward, and took the rusty sword placed on the altar in her hands. However, what was surprising was that the rusty sword, which looked like it would break with a little force, suddenly burst into a bright light the moment it fell into the woman's hands. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual light shot up into the sky. Then, a brand new, shiny, treasured saber appeared in the woman's hand. It emitted a chilling light that made people feel chills down their spines. "Come!" the woman shouted loudly. Creak! In a strange sound of wood, the closed door of the main hall was opened, and then two witches in traditional witch costumes walked into the hall. "My lady," the two witches knelt down. "Wear the armor from me," the woman ordered. "Yes." The two witches stood up and walked to the right side of the main hall with small steps. They moved a set of modified women's foot armor that was standing there and put it on the woman's body one by one. After more than 20 minutes, a woman wearing a pocket cloth and a rag on the chest and a single layer of clothing on the inside. She was wearing a pure, black modified woman's armor. A heroic woman with a small helmet on her head and her hair tied into a ponytail naturally hanging behind her appeared in the hall. The woman hung the transformed long saber on her waist. "Tell the chief that I'm going to Weizhong," the woman said to the two witches who were serving her in an indifferent tone. "Yes, my lord." The two witches lowered their heads and replied, "My God, please wait for my good news." The woman gently stroked the blade of a long saber hanging from her waist. Then she took a step forward and strode forward. Although her steps were big, it was just a normal person's big stride. But what was incredible was that it was like a Taoist's magical power. With every step she took, she would cross a distance of hundreds of meters, and in a few flashes, she completely disappeared from the sight of the two witches. At the same time, in a shrine in Owari, which is modern Aichi Prefecture, "Come, find me a few more women." A naked, burly man exuding a faint holy aura was thrusting vigorously on top of the moaning, which while shouting loudly to the people standing outside the house. Beside him, several witches lay on the ground, their robes torn and blood flowing from their lower bodies. Their faces were pale, and they looked like they had been severely wounded. They were breathing weakly. Obviously, these witches were the work of this man. "Yes, my God," the man outside the shrine answered with a trembling voice. Then he quickly left the shrine with cold sweat on his forehead and went to collect the witches in the vicinity according to his orders. In the territory of Weizhong State, Aichi Prefecture, in a certain residence, a middle-aged man in armor appeared in the room. "Hi, Oda Nobunaga, Embark. Akechi Mitsuhide. This time I will definitely kill you with my sword," the man said loudly with a ferocious expression. "Someone come." The man shouted loudly, "Your subordinate is here." Following the orderly response, a ray of light quickly appeared in the room, and then a large number of men of all ages dressed in Warring States period clothing appeared in the room, kneeling on the ground and answering the order. Although they were dressed in Warring States period clothing, the power they emitted was not weak at all, and they were all around A level. As for their leader, Oda Nobunaga, it was unknown whether it was because of the title of Demon King of the Sixth Heaven or because of some other influence, but he had also reached the level of First God, which was very surprising. After all, he was not like Tokugawa Ieyasu and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who had godly titles and shrines after death, so it was easy for him to become a First God. "Follow me and conquer the world again," Oda Nobunaga said in high spirits. "Yes," the generals replied. "Let's go." With that, the general stood up and followed Oda Nobunaga out of the room. Changes like Oda Nobunaga's were happening all over the country, causing the already chaotic Japan to become even more chaotic, just like the Warring States period from hundreds of years ago. Of course, those who descended with gods were not all historical figures who became war ghosts or war spirits after death. There were also people who were blessed by the people's faith and became immortal. For example, in Osaka's Onpei Saimai shrine, Onpei Saimai, who was also deified, appeared. "Greetings, Lord Saimai." The leader of the shrine led the witches in kneeling. "Rise." Onpei Saimai, who maintained the appearance of a handsome middle-aged man, said softly, "Thank you, Lord." The leader thanked him and stood up with the witches. "Tell me about the situation in the modern world." Onpei Saimai looked at the leader, who stood respectfully at the side, and ordered. "Yes." The leader replied and explained the current situation in the world. Well, it was mainly about the situation in Japan. As for the situation in other countries, with the current global communication system, he didn't know. After talking for almost an hour, he finally explained the current situation clearly. "QB." Onpei Saimai squinted his eyes and said softly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, QB, who was far away in Akikarino, felt a chill run down his spine. He had a very bad feeling. Could it be this time's matter is dangerous? QB frowned and muttered to himself. In this situation where the whole world was in chaos, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. For some reason, in the past 2 days, they didn't receive any powerful attacks from the gods and monsters. Itsunari, who was ready to fight against the gods and monsters, was a little speechless. "HM, it's done?" On this day, Sei Ito, who was meditating at home and waiting for the enemy to attack, was stunned and said subconsciously, "I got it." After saying that, with a thought, a new Sei Ito appeared beside him. The new shadow clone Sei Ito nodded slightly at Sei Ito. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in front of the world tree in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. "Gluttony tree, open the connection channel. I want to go over," Sei Ito said. "Rustle." As the world tree trembled, the space in front of Sei Ito immediately became blurred, like a layer of clouds blocking in front of Sei Ito. Then, Sei Ito moved and stepped into the blurred space. In an instant, Sei Ito's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, in the space bubble in the universe of the Demon High School world, with a sudden spatial ripple, shadow clone Sei Ito's figure appeared in the space bubble, standing at the edge of the puddle where the sapling-like world tree was planted. Then, Sei Ito's mind moved again, and a middle-style dimensional teleportation magic circle appeared under his feet. In a flash of light, he disappeared from the space bubble. The next moment, with the explosion of the energy beam, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the apartment he rented. Then, he let go of his senses and searched for Sei Ito's whereabouts. At the same time, in a certain warehouse, Sei Ito, who had just eliminated the assassins from Calamity, the hero sect with Rias, Junai, Wisteria Irina, and the others, was suddenly stunned. "What's wrong?" "Done." Rias, who noticed Sei Ito's expression, was puzzled. "Nothing. I just suddenly remembered something." Sei Ito shook his head and smiled. "Oh." Rias, who did not suspect anything, responded casually. "Let's go back," Sei Ito suggested. "Okay." Rias agreed. Then, the group did not stay in the warehouse any longer and returned to Komodo Academy together. Then, Sei Ito chatted with Rias and the others for a while before leaving. He teleported to a place where no one was around and returned to the apartment he rented. "What's going on?" Sei Ito looked at Shadow Clone in surprise. "Have you forgotten? The time limit. Now that we're here, the original asked me to come and pick up Heigu." Shadow Clone smiled. "I see. Heigu should be in the old school building of Komodo Academy now. I'll call her." With that, Sei Ito took out his phone from his pocket, found touching Heiji's phone number from his contact list, and dialed it. "Good. Who is it?" Touching Heigu asked in a puzzled tone. "It's me, Sei Ito. Come to my place. There's something I need your help with," Sei Ito said calmly. Chapter 1750. "You finally can't help but want to make a move on me, meow." Black Song of Taching said in an ambiguous tone. "I'll text you the address," Sei Ito said calmly, ignoring Black Song of Taching's nonsense. Without waiting for Black Song of Taching's reply, he immediately hung up the phone. He then retrieved Black Song of Taching's contact address and sent the address of his rented apartment in the form of a text message. "Done," Sei Ito said as he put away his phone. The Shadow Clone nodded and continued to watch the entertainment program on the TV aimlessly. On the other side, in a room of the old school building. Really, one impatient guy, Black Song of Taching, who was playing with his phone and waiting for a text message, pouted cutely and said coquettishly. It was at this moment that a melodious message notification sound rang out. Black Song of Taching picked up his phone and opened the text message. Then I'm leaving, kitten. With a paw sound, Taching hey goo put away the flip phone and turned to look at Kitten beside him as he said with a smile, I'll go with you. Kitten immediately stood up and said, Master only invited me alone. Black Song of Taching teased as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. I'll go with you, Kitten said unmoved. You really want to go together? Black Song of Taching teased. Kitten's expression was firm and did not waver. All right then. What a pity, it's rare to have a secret date with Master. Black Song of Taching said regretfully. Let's go. Black Song of Taching stood up from his seat after he finished speaking. He hummed an unknown cheerful tune and walked out with light steps. Behind her, the kitten quickly followed. The two of them walked out of the room one after the other. Kitten, are you going out? Purple Vine Irina, who noticed Black Song and Kitten's actions, asked curiously. Hearing Purple Vine Irina's question, everyone's gaze fell on the two of them. Yeah, I was invited by Master to spend the night together. Black Song of Taching replied without waiting for Kitten to speak, using words that would definitely cause misunderstandings. She then put on a shy expression and continued. When I think about doing that kind of thing with Master at night, I can't help but feel embarrassed. So shy. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room had clearly become dangerous. An invitation to have children. Damn it, I was one step ahead of you. As if he didn't feel the change in the atmosphere in the room, Genova clenched his fist and said in a low voice, Are you sure it was Chung who invited you? Riaz asked with an oppressive aura. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kitten. Taching Hegus said. Riaz turned to look at Kitten. Seeing this, the kitten hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded slightly, indicating that Black Go was right. Instantly, Riaz's face was filled with sadness and anger. But the content doesn't seem to be what Big Sister said. Kitten's voice suddenly rang out as she added. Immediately, Riaz's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. It's just that he didn't say what it was over the phone. He just asked Big Sister to hurry over, as if there's something he needs Big Sister's help with. Kitten continued. Something that needs Black Song's help? Riaz frowned and lowered her head in thought. Help? Then let's go together, Genova said. Then I'll go too, Wisteria Irina said as well. If that's the case, then let's all go together. Riaz looked around at everyone in the room and finally made the decision. Then Riaz and the others, who had just returned to the school, set off again. They followed Black Song of Taching and walked toward Sei Ito's rented apartment. 10 minutes later, the group arrived in front of Sei Ito's apartment. Ding dong. Riaz, who had replaced Black Song of Taching as the leader, pressed the doorbell beside her. Wahaha! Then, with a series of noises, the door was pushed open from the inside, revealing Sei Ito's figure inside. Riaz? Junai? And everyone. Looking at the people standing at the door, Sei Ito's face showed a shocked expression. You guys aren't you going to invite us in? Riaz said softly. Come in. Sei Ito pushed the door open and turned around. Sorry to disturb you, Riaz said politely and led everyone into the room. Then, she immediately noticed the other Sei Ito in the room. Gasper exclaimed in surprise. Welcome, Riaz, Junai, Kitten, Genova, Kibiyudo, Gasper, and Wisteria Irina. The shadow clone that was sitting on the sofa stood up and welcomed them with a smile. I'm so sad. You guys don't even welcome me. Black Song of Taching, who was ignored, looked like he was about to cry. Bang! At this moment, the wooden clone Sei Ito closed the door. Everyone, come in first. Shadow clone Ito Sei called out. Everyone nodded, took off their shoes at the entrance, and walked into the living room. What would you like to drink? Sei Ito asked. Tea, Riaz replied. Same, the others chimed in. After receiving everyone's reply, Sei Ito turned around and walked into the kitchen to make tea for everyone. What's going on? Riaz, who was sitting on the sofa, asked curiously. As you can see, that's one of my clones, Sei Ito explained with a smile. So that's a clone. Riaz and the others had a look of realization on their faces. Then, is the one that's usually at school your real self or your clone? Wisteria Irina asked curiously. It's a clone, Sei Ito replied. Is it a clone? What about you? Wisteria Irina was shocked. She asked the question that the others were also very concerned about. I'm busy with some things, Sei Ito replied with a smile. Then, is it your clone or your real self right now? Genova, who seemed to have thought of something, suddenly asked with a glint in his eyes. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with interest. It's also a clone, Sei Ito replied. At this time, the wood clone, who had finished making tea for everyone, carried a tray filled with cups and a teapot into the living room. He came to the side of everyone, placed the tray on the coffee table, and began pouring tea for everyone. This looks really weird. Looking at the two Sei Ito that were identical except for the clothes, Wisteria, Irina muttered softly. Then, why did you call Black Song over this time? After everyone drank the tea, Riaz asked the question that had been hidden in her heart. How should I put it? This is a little complicated. Looking at Riaz and the others in the room, Sei Ito said with a slight headache, Forget it. I didn't plan to hide it from you anyway, so I'll just tell you. Actually, I'm a person from another world, Sei Ito said sternly. A person from another world. Riaz frowned, and the others were shocked. However, although they were shocked, no one doubted the truth of Sei Ito's words. Obviously, the impact of this conflict was completely acceptable to them. Of course, the reason Sei Ito dared to say this was because this world did indeed have several passages that connected to another world, and it was currently in a war with one of the worlds. Based on the current situation, it was still in a stalemate, with some wins and losses on both sides. Then, why did you come to this world? Riaz looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression and asked. Generally speaking, it's to travel. Along the way, I'll see if I can meet any women that I'm interested in and get married with them, Sei Ito said with a smile. Then his gaze swept across Riaz, Junai, Genova, Kitten, and Taching Heish. He continued, and based on the current situation, I'm very lucky to meet you, Riaz, Junai, Kitten, and Genova. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Riaz's cheeks turned slightly red. Junai's face showed a happy smile. Kitten lowered her head slightly, pretending to be indifferent. Genova nodded her head in a serious manner. Nobody knew what she was trying to say. Aya, you've abandoned me again, and I'm still the master's family. Taching Hei's cattail wagged as she muttered unhappily. Of course, Sei Ito and the others knew that she was messing around, so they didn't take her words seriously. Of course, there's also Yudo, Gasper, and little Irina. Sei Ito then looked at Kiba Yudo, Gasper, and Wisteria Ito. Then, you've left your clone here. Did your real body return to your own world? Riaz asked again. Yes, Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Then why did you ask Heish to come here? Riaz seemed to have realized something as she asked her initial question again. Because something happened in my world, and a war is about to break out in my territory. So, I'm planning to bring Heish to my world to increase my combat power, Sei Ito explained. Of course, if you don't want to go, Heish, I won't force you. After all, it's an official battle, not a battle game like Raja. This is the real reason why I invited you here. I wanted to ask if you're willing to help me. Sei Ito then looked at Taching Heish and stated softly. War meow. Taching Heish narrowed her eyes. Is the situation very serious? Riaz asked softly. It's all right. After all, I'm still a lord, and I have a lot of combat power under my command. It shouldn't be a problem to win this war. Sei Ito laughed heartily. Hearing this, Riaz and the others had a thoughtful look on their faces. Chapter 1751. P.S. Thanks to Goo168-878-0145. Getting drunk on a lonely night. Holy Night. God Carefree. Nick Finney, Haseo and Andy, and Sky Fantasy Antenna for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Instant Potato for their tips. Ayaya. No matter what, I'm still the master's dependent. Since the master needs me, how can I not help? After listening to Sei Ito's words, Dark Song of Taching said in a relaxed manner, "But when the war is won, remember to reward me." Then, Dark Song of Taching changed the topic and said with a smile. Especially at the end, he licked his lips teasingly, as if he was reminiscing about something. Seeing Dark Song of Taching's behavior, Riaz immediately looked at Sei Ito with a sharp gaze. Aha! Sei Ito laughed dryly. Let's go help. Genova turned to Riaz and suggested. Hearing that, Riaz showed a hesitant expression. It was not that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. Because since the peace treaty was signed, in addition to being the Demon King's blood sister and the lord of this town, Riaz also had the role of special task force to clean up the terrorists who tried to destroy the peace. For example, the heroes who were particularly rampant recently. Therefore, she couldn't find the time to go to the other world to help Sei Ito fight the war. No need, Dark Song is enough. Sei Ito, who also understood Riaz's current situation and was also a member of the task force, shook his head and said before Riaz could speak. That's right. Sei Ito nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the idea of being safe, I wouldn't even ask Dark Song to go this time. After all, although those guys are troublesome, they're not to the extent that I can't deal with them. So you guys should stay here and take care of your own things. When Sei Ito travels, you can go to my world with him. I'll treat you guys well. That's the only way. Riaz sighed. Seeing that Riaz had made the decision, the others didn't say anything more. They agreed. Also, at this moment, Sei Ito's voice rang out again, attracting everyone's attention. Please keep the fact that I'm from another world secret. While I don't mind letting some people know about this, just in case, or even if it causes unnecessary trouble, it's best not to spread it, okay? Sei Ito's gaze swept across Riaz and the others. He said softly, I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone about your true situation. After thinking for a while, Riaz, who basically understood what Ito Sei was worried about, promised with a serious face. Me too. Junai agreed. I won't tell anyone, Kitten said firmly. If you want to get information from me, you'll have to ask my sword first, Genova said solemnly. I swear to Lord Michael. Wisteria Irina hurriedly raised her hand and swore. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death, Gasper said in a trembling voice. Kiba Yudo nodded heavily, although he didn't say anything. However, the meaning of his promise was clearly expressed. Thank you, everyone, Sei Ito said gratefully. Then, Sei Ito stood up and said, I don't have much time, so I won't stay here any longer. See you next time. Okay, be careful, Riaz instructed. Bain, I'm leaving. I don't know when I'll be back next time. Remember to miss me. Taching Hage hugged Kitten beside her and rubbed her face against Kitten's as if she was about to cry. You be careful, Kitten said softly. Aya, Bain, are you worried about me? I'm so happy. Hearing this, Deshang Hegu abruptly straightened his body. His gaze was burning as he looked at Deshang's kitten in front of him in surprise. Then, without waiting for the kitten to speak, he once again fiercely pulled her into his embrace and vigorously rubbed his face against hers. Hage, it's time to go. Seeing that Hage was not going to stop, Sei Ito helplessly said, I'm coming. Taching Hage reluctantly let go of Kitten and walked to Sei Ito's side with seductive steps. We're leaving. See you next time. Sei Ito looked at everyone and finally said. After saying that, he didn't do anything, but a mid-style dimensional transfer magic circle emitting bright white light appeared under Sei Ito and Taching Hage's feet. Then, a light flashed in the circle. A ray of light shot into the sky and took the two of them out of the room. The next moment, in the space bubble in the orbit of Earth in the Demon High School world, Sei Ito and Taching Hage's figures appeared from the explosion of the light beam. Is this another world? Taching Hage looked around curiously. She felt strange. Nope. This is just a transit point to the world I'm in, Sei Ito said calmly. Then, he took a step forward and walked toward the small tree in the pool of water in front of him. Seeing Sei Ito's actions, Taching Heiji didn't hesitate and quickly followed. The two of them seemed to be weightless as they directly stepped on the water surface, causing ripples to spread out. They walked into the blurry space around the small tree and disappeared from the space bubble. The next moment, Sei Ito and Taching Heiji appeared in a desolate area like the Gobi Desert. This was the desolate area in the north of the Rubik's Cube world. It was the location that Sei Ito had specially chosen for outsiders to appear after passing through the World Tree Channel. Taching Heiji looked at the scenery in front of him and was speechless. Sei Ito didn't say anything. With a thought, he disappeared with Taching Heiji. When the scene was fixed again, a room full of Japanese-style decorations appeared in front of Taching Heiji's eyes. Puff! Then, before she could react, a light explosion suddenly sounded in her ear. "Welcome to my world, Heiji." Then, Sei Ito's familiar voice sounded in the room. "We're finally here." Taching Heiji retracted his gaze and turned to look at Sei Ito, who had appeared in the room. "It doesn't seem to be any different from the original world." Sei Ito smiled and didn't comment on Taching Heiji's words. Then he called out Little Ling Ming. As soon as he said that, a large number of photon particles quickly appeared from the void and gathered into a ball. Then, it suddenly exploded, revealing Little Ling Ming, who was dressed in red and white witch clothes and was only slightly taller than an adult's forearm. "Master!" Little Ling Ming opened her mouth and called out. "Come, let me introduce you. Heiji, this is Little Ling Ming." Sei Ito introduced the two of them to each other. "Little Ling Ming, this is Heiji." "Hello." Little Ling Ming greeted politely. "Hello." Heiji replied with a smile. Little Ling Ming explained the situation of this world to Heiji. Sei Ito instructed after the two of them got to know each other. "Yes." Little Ling Ming nodded in agreement. "Then I'll leave it to you, Little Ling Ming-chan," Taching Heiji said wittily. Then, the two of them walked to the side and began to excitedly chat about the main world. From customs to habits, from daily to non-daily. There were also rumors about Sei Ito mixed in. In short, it was very lively. Regarding this, Sei Ito didn't pay attention to it. He turned around and walked to the side, continuing to wait for the battle that could come at any time. At the same time, in the world of Demon High School, inside the old school building of Kuma Academy. Ha ha ha. In short, I've come to Japan for a visit. He was dressed casually and wore a trendy hat on his head. Odin, who looked like a trendy old man from a foreign country, laughed heartily. Next to him was a heroic-looking Valkyrie in a black suit and trousers. Her long silver hair was draped over her back like a waterfall. She was Jean Inu, Miss Lafayette. She was also wearing a black suit and trousers. She had a tall and sturdy figure and was exuding the aura of an ancient warrior. She was a high-ranking officer of the fallen angel. She was Zhu Nai's father, Thunder Angel Baichio. Because of his appearance, Zhu Nai's face was gloomy. "Please have some tea." Riaz personally served tea to Odin and greeted him with a smile. "No need for formalities. However, you're still as big as before. So is that one," Odin casually said politely. Then he unceremoniously swept his gaze over Riaz and Zhu Nai's chests and praised. "Bang! Lord Odin, you're really something. Don't use such a perverted gaze. This is the sister of the Demon King Lucifer." Miss Lafayette, who was next to him, saw the situation. She clenched her fist and hammered Old Man Odin's head. She said in a stern tone, "However, this kind of behavior seemed very out of place when it came to Jean Inu, who was Odin's subordinate. However, as the person involved, Old Man Odin was used to it and said nonchalantly, 'Really, don't you know how to make an exception? Even if she's Sajik's sister, as long as she's a beauty, she'll naturally be charming.' So, even this old man will repeatedly stare at her chest. This is this old man's follower, Valkyrie. Her name is C.U. Lafayette. During my time in Japan, please take care of me. From now on, we're friends." Before Odin could finish, Lafayette took over the conversation and introduced herself. "This is a virgin without a boyfriend equals age. Valkyrie is the same. Odin, who was unwilling to be interrupted, added. His expression was very perverted. He did not care about making Lafias look bad at all. It doesn't matter, right? I just haven't had a guy who likes me until now. I don't like being a virgin, okay? Woo-woo. Lafias fell to the ground on the spot and hammered the floor with her fists as she cried. Well, Johnny News industry is also very harsh. After all, even if she's an outstanding beauty, there are many who haven't welcomed their own spring. Recently, the number of heroes and brave hearts has decreased a lot. Due to the reduction in funding, the deployment of Valkyrie also tends to be reduced. Before she became this old man's follower, she could only hide in a corner of the workplace. Odin, who was obviously not harsh enough, continued to add salt to the wound. In that case, Lafias, how about letting me like you? Say Ito said with a smile as he looked at Lafias, who was crying on the ground. As soon as he said that, several sharp gazes immediately fell on him. Seito did not even need to look back to know who these gazes belonged to. Really? Lafias raised her head abruptly and asked with a surprised and shy expression. At this time, the gazes that fell on him became even sharper, like knives, piercing him painfully. Of course. Seito braced himself and said, I'm not such a casual person. I won't immediately agree to be your girlfriend just because you say you like me. Lafias said in a panic with a red face. I know. Seito smiled. Also, my test is very strict. If you don't meet the standards, I won't agree to it. Lafias continued. Okay. Seito continued to smile. Then it's nothing. Lafias said softly. I didn't expect that my old guard would be able to welcome his own spring. Red Dragon Emperor, don't tell me you said that out of sympathy? Odin, who seemed to be full of joy at mocking his own Valkyrie, said. Hearing this, Lafias' nervous gaze fell on Seito. That's not it. I really think that Miss Lafias is very good, and I want to take her into my harem. Also, isn't being a Valkyrie a great selling point? Like an office lady, a nurse, a teacher, and so on. Seito replied with a smile. It seems that the current Red Dragon Emperor is also a guy who knows how to flirt. Odin was a little surprised and happy. He looked as if he had found a like-minded comrade. Seito smiled and did not say anything. During the time that the old man is in Japan, we will be his guards. Baichio is an important member of the Fallen Angel support team. I'm quite busy during this period, and my time here is limited, so in the following days, Baichio will take care of him instead of me. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was joking around, a Sashel, who rarely showed his face, said, Please take care of me, Baichio said with a dry voice. He looked very difficult to get along with. Old man, isn't it a little early to come to Japan? I heard that your schedule should be a little later. Isn't the main purpose of coming to Japan this time to talk with the Japanese gods? With Michael and Sajix as intermediaries, I will also attend the meeting. A Sashel took a sip of tea and said again, Almost, because there is some trouble in our country. But rather than saying it's trouble, it's actually my way of doing things that has been criticized. I feel that it's better to act early before any trouble occurs, and there are some words that I want to say to the Japanese gods in advance. After all, they have been isolated so far and haven't been able to communicate much. Odin sighed while stroking his long beard. Chapter 1752. Origin World. Noon. Master, enemies have been discovered. Little Ling Meng's figure suddenly appeared in front of Seito and urgently reported. Seito opened his eyes and looked at the scene displayed on the multifaceted holographic screen created by Little Ling Meng. On the screen, a group of several hundred soldiers wearing light armor worn by Japanese generals during the Warring States period were led by several men and women who appeared to be very dangerous. They were marching in an orderly manner toward Akiyuru City. And this was only one side. On the other side of the city displayed on the screen, there were still over 100 people, but they were all dressed in witch robes and priest robes. They were also led by a few other people who didn't appear to be weak as they approached Akakurino City. At the same time, on another screen, soldiers holding various weapons and a group of soldiers wearing the combat uniform of the Ministry of Environment were rushing toward Akiyura City under the escort of several tanks. Fighter jets trailed behind the troops from a distance, flying towards Akikura City. A three-way encirclement, using modern weapons to fight. They really think highly of me. Seito sneered after seeing the contents of the screen. Don't pay attention to them. As long as they enter our attack range, immediately kill them. Seito coldly ordered. Yes. After saying that, little Ling Meng's figure disappeared from the room. Then, at the same time, a huge city barrier enveloping the entire Akiyura city was erected, protecting the entire city. It's the barrier, Meow. Is the fight about to start? Tashiro Heiji, wearing a black kimono, appeared beside Seito. He raised his head to look at the screen in the air and asked. Correct, Seito said indifferently. However, at this time, four slender missiles with long tails of flames appeared on the screen. They flew toward Akikura City with long tails of smoke behind them. Boom, 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 boom. A few seconds later, a loud noise was heard. The entire barrier flickered slightly under the bombardment of the missiles, and then nothing happened. It was clear that the explosive power of the missile was not enough to cause any damage to the barrier that Seito had carefully prepared. Then in the next moment, the artificial angel hidden in the spatial crevice revealed itself and pointed a finger into the distance. 6 red, green, yellow, and blue beams of light shot out from within Akikura City, shooting straight at the flying battleship. Seeing the beam coming, the fighter jet turned sideways and tried its best to avoid it. However, he was still unable to dodge the faster light beams. Boom! With a loud sound, they all turned into blazing fireballs and fell to the ground. At this point, the battle had officially begun. Under the guidance of the artificial angels, a large number of light beams shot out in all directions, blasting straight toward the 3 groups of people. Stand! Shield! When one of the generals shouted, the entire team of ancient warriors immediately stopped in their tracks and took out shields from their backs to block in front of them. Almost instantaneously, a shield wall was erected, and under the fusion of the natural aura emitted by these soldiers, it turned into a huge energy light wall in front of the soldiers. Pew! Then the light beams arrived and hit the light wall. The situation was similar to when a missile launched by a plane hit the barrier of Akikura City. After the light wall trembled slightly, it successfully blocked the light beam attack. Advance! Then, the ancient general stretched out his arm and shouted again. Then, the team moved in line, setting up a light shield barrier on one side. They advanced toward Akikura City in large strides. And at the same time that these soldiers successfully blocked the light beam attack, the other 2 teams also blocked the light beam attack with the help of their Shikigami and ability users. The teams continued to move forward unscathed. Just like this, the 3 teams arrived in front of Akikura City under the unceasing rain of light beam attacks. It was also at this time that the energy beam attacks lost their effectiveness and attack range and stopped shooting. But before the 3 teams could attack the barrier, a large number of barrel-shaped multi-purpose security robots flew out from every corner of the city, and while shooting light beam attacks at the soldiers and generals standing outside the barrier, they quickly moved toward the barrier. Seeing this, the 3 armies didn't waste any time. While organizing the people in the teams who specialized in attacking the barrier to cast spells or open a gap in the barrier, they also organized the soldiers and subordinates to launch a counterattack against the robots that were surging forward. For a moment, the fierce sounds of crossfire and the cries of humans resounded in the sky above Akikura City. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bloody hole as thick as a finger appeared on the forehead of a soldier, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he fell on his back. Watch out! There's a sniper. A guy dressed like a military officer shouted loudly. Bang! But just as his voice fell, a small hole as thick as a finger appeared on his forehead, and he fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. Steady, steady, steady for me. A middle-aged man wearing a black combat suit exclusive to the Environment Ministry shouted loudly. But in the next moment, there was a muffled sound, and accompanied by a sudden flash of white light, the middle-aged man's huge head flew into the sky under the impact of a gush of hot blood, and then fell to the ground, spinning. "Everyone, be careful. There's an assassin." Seeing this scene, a certain Environment Ministry arcanist reminded everyone, and at the same time, he retreated a distance with the others. Crackle, crackle, lightning flashed, and next to the headless corpse on the ground, the figure of a man wearing a black tights with dozens of bright silver round holes on the surface and holding a long black sword appeared. It was a member of the Gantz team. The man who appeared didn't hesitate and casually waved his long sword. In an instant, the long sword extended from less than 1 meter to 3 or 4 meters long and swept across the bodies of the many soldiers who didn't expect this at all. Puff, 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 plop, plop, plop. Then in the next moment, the bodies of the Environment Ministry arcanists and soldiers were cut in half, and they fell to the ground one after another, screaming miserably. "Ah, kill him!" one of the frightened soldiers yelled loudly. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Then, a large number of bullets were fired from the machine guns in the hands of the soldiers, surging toward the combatants of the Gantz team. Although the Gantz black clothes distributed this time were some kind of second-generation product, which had stronger defense than the first-generation black clothes, more energy, and were not afraid of a torrent of bullets, no one could be sure whether it was real or not without testing it. Although the mysterious god had never lied in this regard, the man who didn't want to joke with his life didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately squatted down, forced the legs of the black clothes to bulge, and then jumped high into the sky as if there were springs under his feet. The soldiers subconsciously turned their muzzles and shot at the man in the sky. However, at this moment, another 2 men in black clothes appeared in the crowd in a flash of lightning. Each of them waved their hands and summoned a large area of lightning and ice, launching an attack on the defenseless Environment Ministry arcanists and soldiers around them. Mournful screams immediately rang out. In just a little over a minute, the largest group of over 1,000 people, consisting of the self-defense forces of the Defense Ministry and the Special Forces of the Environment Ministry, suffered a large loss of people, and more than half of them died. If it weren't for the fact that there were arcanists from the Environment Ministry at the front, they might even have been directly wiped out by the chaotic attacks of the Gantz team of less than 10 people and the multifunctional security robots. However, although the results of this battle were amazing, the results of the other 2 teams were not as good under the same circumstances. They were even directly wiped out by the hidden masters of the 2 teams, and only a dozen or so people were killed. It could be said that their efficiency was very low. B** starred a bunch of useless things. Seeing that they still hadn't broken the city barrier of Akazia City after such a long time, a rough man, sitting on a flower carriage carried by 12 priests, suddenly stood up and cursed angrily. "Lord Fire Bright God, please calm down. Lord Fire Bright God, please calm down." A group of priests hurriedly knelt and said, "Umph." The rough man, Skyfire Bright God, snorted coldly and raised his head to look at the barrier in front of him. Suddenly, he waved his arm, and a golden flame with a scorching temperature that seemed to be able to burn through space appeared in midair. It gathered into a ball and fiercely bombarded the barrier in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the flame exploded. The scattered sparks splattered on the priests who couldn't dodge in time. They didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly burned to ashes and scattered with the wind. With just this one attack, more than 10 priests and priests died in the battle. The loss was much more serious than the Gantz team's previous attack. But to the gods, how could their lives be of any importance to them? Trash. Skyfire Bright God glanced at the terrified priests and priests around him and snorted coldly. He raised his head to look at the barrier in front of him again and sneered. "It's a bit interesting. It didn't break." After saying that, Skyfire Bright God stretched out his hand and waved at the sky again. Then, the sky slightly brightened, and a large fireball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters appeared in the sky emitting endless light and heat like a second sun. "Break for me." Skyfire bright God waved his arm and shouted coldly. Boom! The fireball fell and hit the enchantment, causing a loud noise that soared to the sky. Crack, 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 crackle. Then, in the next moment, a large crack appeared on the barrier, and after trembling for a few seconds, it suddenly shattered into countless fragments of different sizes and drifted to the ground. Chapter 1753. Aya, Aya. The barrier is broken, Taching Hei Gu said with schadenfreude in the shrine's main residence in Akikarino City. "You're quite ruthless. Once this is over, just the punishment will be enough for that idiot." QB sneered as she rushed over because of the battle. "I didn't think there would be such a stupid god." They completely ignored the earth veins under the barrier and relied solely on brute force, Sei Ito said with surprise. However, the result made him feel quite good, even though the surroundings of Akikarino City would become a half-dead land. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you can defeat them and win this time?" QB turned her head and stared at Sei Ito's eyes with a burning gaze as she asked in a deep voice. "Although there are more of them, I'm sure I won't lose," Sei Ito said softly as he looked back at QB without blinking. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. "All right, I'll believe you this time. I'll help you get rid of those battle spirits later." "I'll help you deal with the battle spirits later," QB said calmly as she withdrew her gaze and looked back at the virtual optical screen in the air. "Then I'll have to trouble you," Sei Ito said sincerely, knowing how determined QB was. "Hey Gu, how much of your power have you recovered?" Sei Ito turned to Taching Hei Gu and asked. "Well, there are no problems with immortal technique, magic, and devil power. It's just that my barrier technique hasn't recovered to its original level. It seems like I can't help you imprison a god," Taching Hei Gu said regretfully. He understood that this was an inevitable effect of the difference between the laws of the two worlds. Sei Ito also knew that Hei Gu had spent a lot of effort to recover his immortal technique, magic, and devil power to their original level in such a short time. He didn't complain and nodded in understanding. "Then forget it. You and Tetroso will be responsible for dealing with the other elites later." "Okay," Taching Hei Gu agreed. With a thought, Sei Ito summoned 7 figures. "My king, your majesty." Among the 7 of them, one was wearing black leather pants and a red open-top Kazmai sweater. Erica, with her blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and Liliana, with her silver hair fluttering in the wind, wearing tight black trousers and a blue coat, respectively called out. As for the other 6 figures, they didn't say anything. They just stood there quietly. The 5 of them were the saintess from the Forbidden Tome world, Soulcrack Kaori, and the 4 legendary Pandora from the Zero Degree Warrior world, Cassandra, Tesla, Wendy May, and Lucy. Wow! Seeing the sudden appearance of the 7 women, Taching Hei Gu showed an interested expression. On the other hand, the 9-tailed beast's pupil shrank. His brows furrowed slightly. Enemy attack. Liliana, whose eyes were fixed on the optical screen, exuded an awe-inspiring aura as she said in a deep voice. "Yes." Sei Ito nodded and said, "That's why I need your support. As my king commands." Liliana immediately knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "I'm a sword in my king's hand. Where you point is where I will fight." Erica gently flicked the hair by her ear and said firmly with a smile, "Let them see how powerful I am." The only optimistic legendary level Pandora, Wendy May, said with a smile. The others, such as Soulcrack Kaori, didn't say anything. However, from the changes in their expressions, it was clear that they were prepared for battle. Lowly commoner called Sei Ito, "Come out and die." At this moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air above Akikarino City. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at the optical screen in front of him. The one who shouted was none other than Skyfire God, who had just defeated the artificial angel with Sunfire and entered Akikarino City on a flower carriage carried by the witches. The god of disobedience? feeling the power that came with the words. Liliana, Erica, and Soulcrack Kaori, who had lived in the god-murdering continent for a long time and knew what the so-called god of disobedience meant, all had a change in expression. It's not the god of disobedience, but a real god who came out of the myths, Seito said in a low voice. Then, without seeing him do anything, a shadow clone appeared beside him. I'll leave it to you. Seito flipped his hand and took out the enshrined spear, Longinus, that was placed in the great sage hall of the Rubik's Cube world, and handed it to the shadow clone. I'll let that guy know whose territory this is. The shadow clone sneered as he took Longinus's body from him. Then the figure flashed and disappeared from the room. There's not much time, so I'll make it short. Seito, who had a red gauntlet on his left hand, looked at the few people left in the room and said softly. On the other side, Seito, who was holding the shadow clone, appeared in front of Skyfire God. Seeing Seito suddenly appear in front of the road, the team led by Skyfire God immediately stopped. Who are you? Skyfire God shouted coldly. Aren't you looking for me? How come you don't even know me? Seito asked with a mocking face. You're the Ant Seito who blasphemed the great royal god. Skyfire God's expression changed, and he shouted with a ferocious face. That's right, Seito said proudly. It's good that it's you. Die for me. Skyfire God shouted and immediately waved his hand to create a sunfire rain, which poured down on Seito. Seito's figure flashed and instantly escaped the range of the sunfire rain. Puff, puff, puff. The sunfire rain missed and fell to the ground, burning a fist-sized hole in the boundary. I declare that I am the lord of the underworld. All the ground that my feet step on is the underworld. Without waiting for Skyfire God to launch a new attack, Seito's spiritual words, which were full of power, resounded between heaven and earth. Then, in the next moment, an obscure and inexplicable fluctuation suddenly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area with a radius of several hundred meters, including Skyfire God's position. The originally bright environment became as dark as the night when the sun was about to set. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pitch-black ground, which had become like mud, emitting waves of death. For a moment, this area was really like the underworld, full of death and coldness, which made the hearts of the priests and witches who came with Skyfire God beat violently, and fear rose in their hearts. Sure enough, after entering the divine realm, using the power of divine, right is much more powerful than when I'm still a godslayer, and it seems that the consumption has also become a little smaller. Feeling the changes in the surroundings and his own energy consumption, Seito could not help but think to himself, how is that possible? You are stealing the power of the gods, blasphemy. Skyfire God, who also felt the changes in the surroundings, had a great change in expression. He suddenly stood up from the flower carriage, his eyes full of disbelief as he shouted loudly. I will announce your crimes to the entire Takamagura, Gijin, and the underworld, so that you will never be reincarnated. The undead sleeping here, I command you with the authority of the Lord of the underworld, wake up, wake up, wake up. Destroy those sinners who trampled on the underworld. Seito ignored Skyfire God's clamor, and once again stirred up the majestic power in his body, weaving his thoughts into the spirit of words, and turning it into an oracle, which resounded between heaven and earth. Puff! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a skeletal hand reached out from the soft ground. This seemed to be some kind of signal. More palms, heads, and bodies emerged from the soil, forming an army of white forgotten spirits. They surrounded the sky-fire-bright deity and the others in the middle. Blasphemer! 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 Go to hell, blasphemer! Skyfire God shouted with a ferocious expression, and then waved his arms, releasing a sun-fire dragon to burn the skeleton soldiers around him. How could the weak skeleton soldiers be a match for the sun-fire that could destroy all evil beings? Almost instantly, a large number of skeleton soldiers were burned to ashes. But Skyfire God didn't know that as the location of the third battle, Akakurino City had the most monsters dying here. So after a large number of skeleton soldiers died, more monster skeletons joined the skeleton army, launching an attack on Skyfire God and the others. Kill all of you as well. Skyfire God, who couldn't calm down in his heart, ordered the terrified priests and priestesses around him. Yes, yes. The priests and priestesses responded with trembling voices, and then, with trembling hands, they took out pieces of talisman paper and exorcism equipment and launched a scattered counterattack against the monsters around them. Puff! But in the next moment, accompanied by a sudden soft sound, a white bone spear pierced through the void and pierced through the chest of a priest. I don't want to die. The priest whose chest was pierced roared unwillingly and then fell straight to the ground. Then, more bone spears flew out of the void, shooting like rain towards Skyfire Bright God's subordinates who didn't pay attention to them. Screams rang out uncontrollably from the crowd. Bastard, if you have the guts, don't sneak attack me. Fight me fair and square. Skyfire God, whose body was blooming with soaring spirit chi, roared in exasperation. Puff! As soon as his voice fell, the tip of a red spear suddenly stabbed out from the side of Skyfire God's chest as he hurriedly dodged. You! Skyfire God's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned his head to glare at Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared behind him. What a pity! Sei Ito, who hadn't been able to kill Skyfire God in one strike, said regretfully. Then, in the instant that Skyfire God's entire body erupted with sunfire, he used a teleportation technique to retreat from Skyfire God's side with Longina's spear. Crack! Bang! Then, with a strange sound, the flower carriage carrying Skyfire God suddenly tilted and fiercely fell to the ground. Chapter 1754. P.S. Thank you to Crimson Knight Wanderer and Big T Bull for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Dark Flame Light, and Insta-Killing Potato for their rewards. Bastard. The moment the flower carriage collapsed, Skyfire Bright God, who was floating in the air with his divine power, looked down at his feet and shouted angrily. At the foot of the Skyfire Bright God, the priests and witches who should have been dead after having their chests pierced by the white bone spears suddenly came back to life. Like the skeleton beasts around them, they attacked the 12 witches who were carrying the Skyfire Bright God. Because they were completely caught off guard the moment the priests and witches, who were supposed to be friends and not enemies, attacked, the 12 witches were either killed or heavily injured, causing the Skyfire Bright God to fall to the ground. All of you die for this god. Skyfire Bright God shouted, and the sun fire around him suddenly expanded, turning into a blazing sea of fire that covered an area of tens of meters. In an instant, the witches and priests who had been alive and dead for a long time, just died or not, were all burned into ashes by the sun fire and disappeared. TSK, what a cruel guy. Sei Ito, who was standing outside the sunfire's sea, said lightly. It's their honor to die in my hands. Skyfire Bright God snorted with a gloomy face. Sei Ito curled his lips and didn't say anything. He just focused on holding the long spear and drew out a dark mist that exuded a cold death aura from the underworld, wrapping it around the body of Longina's spear. Seeing this, Skyfire Bright God didn't bother to say anything more. He waved his arm, and hundreds of fireballs the size of volleyball instantly appeared in the air. One by one, they turned into meteors and shot towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito tapped his feet lightly, and his body turned into a blurry shadow, quickly dodging. Boom, 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 boom. A series of fierce explosions resounded in the sky above the area where the two were fighting. Ant, do you only know how to run? Heavenly Fire Ming Shun mocked loudly. Sei Ito didn't say anything as he continued to dodge the fireballs. You rat. Let's see how you're going to escape. Heavenly Fire Ming Deity, whose heart was filled with anger, said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Skyfire Bright Deity waved his hand at the sky. Then, the sky suddenly lit up. It was like a summer day, illuminating the dark netherworld. Follow me. The light in the sky changed. Then, a large amount of light, rain, fell from the sky, covering the entire underworld without any pause. Chi, chi, roar, roar. In a moment, a lot of soft hisses that sounded like hot fire touching water, and the hollow howls of the dead skeleton monsters echoed quickly, raising bright white clouds that filled the underworld. Affected by this kind of intensive attack, with nowhere to hide, Seito was forced to reveal himself, supporting an invisible barrier made of space energy to resist the rain of light. Haha, and die. Through the white fog, Heavenly Fire Ming Shun saw Seito appear and laughed wildly. Then, he immediately waved his hand and created a 2-meter-long, blazing white spear in his palm with a solar fire. Like a javelin thrower, he threw it at Seito. The spear was like lightning, bringing out an afterimage that was hard to see with the naked eye as it flew in front of Seito. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the spear, Seito's expression changed slightly. He immediately changed his mind and burst out all the power of his body into psychokinesis, turning it into a thick half-curved barrier in front of him. Poof! The next moment, the spear pierced the barrier. It made a slight muffled sound and moved extremely slowly, but did not stop moving towards Seito's head. Probably because the stalemate was too intense, Seito's figure couldn't help but become flickering, as if it would disappear at any time. Humph! Seeing this, Heavenly Fire Ming Shun, who was not far away, snorted coldly again and waved his hand to create another flaming javelin. It was projected towards Seito's body. Seeing the other flaming javelin shooting towards him, Seito's face darkened, and his expression was somewhat regretful. What a pity. I don't know if I could do my best. Then, without hesitation, like a javelin thrower, he wrapped the spear in black smoke in his hand. Longinus, who was exuding a strong aura of death, threw the spear out. Go, use your curse to bring death to that arrogant guy. After throwing Longinus's spear out, Seito used the last of his strength to weave a spirit of speech onto the spear. Poof! Then, in the next moment, it was pierced by 2 flaming javelins and turned into a cloud of white smoke, disappearing together with the underworld. Whoosh! At the same time, Longinus's spear, which was wrapped in black smoke, cut through the space and appeared in front of Heavenly Fire Ming Shun. Knowing the power of this spear, Heavenly Fire Ming Shun's expression changed, and he dodged without hesitation. But before he could do anything, the black smoke wrapped around Longinus's spear suddenly exploded, exuding a strong aura of death and coldness. Heavenly Fire Ming Shun, who was unable to defend in time, was stunned on the spot. Although this deterrent force was only for a short moment, Heavenly Fire Ming Shun got rid of it, but it was enough for Longinus's spear to fly in front of him. Then, with the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh, the dark red spear, which was shining with a bewitching light, pierced into Heavenly Fire Ming Shun's body without any hindrance, and then came out from his back, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Wah! How is this possible? Skyfire Bright God, who had spat out a large mouthful of blood, muttered to himself in disbelief as he lowered his head to look at the hole in his chest, which was emitting traces of cold energy. Whoosh! Then, the moment Heavenly Fire Ming Shun's voice fell, a pitch-black evil energy suddenly erupted from his body, slowly but firmly eroding his divine body. No, I will never die. Never. Heavenly Fire Ming Shun shouted hysterically. Budu Ming Shun, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me. How pathetic, Heavenly Fire Ming Shun. The moment Heavenly Fire Ming Shun's voice fell, a slightly mocking voice sounded in his ears. Then the void rippled, and a woman in black armor and 2 saber-wielding shamans appeared beside Heavenly Fire Ming Shun. Budu you, if I die, you won't have it easy either, Heavenly Fire Ming Shun said with a ferocious expression. Oh, how do you plan to make me have it easy? Heavenly Fire Ming Shun? The black-armored woman, Budu you, asked with interest. Heavenly Fire Ming Shun was speechless. His expression alternated between green and red. Forget it. Seeing that you and my lord are both Tianjin gods, I won't bother with you. Budu Yu sneered. Then he turned to the two saber-wielding shamans beside him and said, Jin Jiji, bring Heavenly Fire Ming Shun back to the shrine. Yes, master. The shaman called Jin Jiji bowed. Then she walked to the side of Heavenly Fire Ming Shun, whose aura was getting more and more impure, as if he had been tainted. Excuse me. After saying that, she reached out to hold Heavenly Fire Ming Shun's arm, and with a flash of light, she flew toward the sky. Come out. I know you are here. After Heavenly Fire Ming Shun left, Budiyu suddenly looked at an empty space not far away and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the void. Seito's figure walked out from it. Was that a clone? Budiyu frowned and asked. At the same time, on the other side, just as Jin Jiji was holding Heavenly Fire Ming Shun and flying toward the ISC Grand Shrine on the third floor, a large fiery meteor-like flame suddenly appeared in the sky and shot toward Jin Jiji and Heavenly Fire Ming Shun. Seeing this, Jin Jiji quickly stopped and took out a paper cloth and threw it in front of her to form a barrier. Then, she looked forward and asked in a deep voice, Who is it? Come out. Then, following a flash of light, Taching Heij, who was dressed in a black kimono, and Shinja Kori, who was dressed in a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved t-shirt, appeared out of thin air with a long sword in her hand. This road is blocked, Taching Heij said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jin Jiji's eyes narrowed slightly. Barrier? She said in a deep voice. Yes, meow. Taching Heij admitted generously. Your Highness, please rest at the side. I will deal with the enemy. Jin Jiji let go of Heavenly Fire Ming Shun's arm and said respectfully, Don't kill them. I want to torture them after this matter is over. I want them to know who I am. Heavenly Fire Ming Shun said with a ferocious and lecherous expression. Hearing this, Jin Jiji couldn't help but frown. She had long heard that Heavenly Fire Ming Shun was a headstrong and self-opinionated guy. She didn't expect him to be so reckless. Didn't he see the powerful aura coming from the two guys opposite him? And Heavenly Fire Ming Shun, who didn't stop Jin Jiji from answering, let out a low groan. Yes, Jin Jiji replied respectfully. There was nothing to be done about it. Even though she had been personally selected by Bu Doyu from the ISC Grand Divine Palace to serve as a sword witch, she was still just a sword witch. To a real god, she wasn't much more valuable than an ordinary person. Moreover, she was facing the temperamental Heavenly Fire Ming Shun. If she really dared to refute that the enemy was too strong and couldn't capture them alive, perhaps before the fight even began, he would be burned to ashes by the Skyfire, bright god Sunfire, just like those priests and witches who had followed him before. I seem to have heard something strange. The one with the sword, did you hear it? Taching Hei-gu tilted his head and looked at Kanzaki Kaori, who definitely belonged to the heavenly realm. I only heard the barking of two prodigal dogs. Kanzaki Kaori said indifferently, Report your names. Jin Jiji stepped into the void and walked in front of Heavenly Fire Ming Shun. She slowly pulled out the long sword in her hand and questioned in a deep voice. No comment. Taching Hei-gu said with a smile. Kanzaki Kaori. Kanzaki Kaori replied indifferently. Sigh, really? Hearing Kanzaki Kaori's name, Taching Hei-ji's face showed a headache and sighed deeply. Sword Witch Jin Jiji. Jin Jiji reported. Bang! She pulled out the long sword from a sheath. Then, Jin Jiji turned into a shadow and rushed towards Kanzaki Kaori. Dang, 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 dang. However, in the next moment, a series of 7 shattering sounds rang out. Jin Jian, who had just disappeared, reappeared. His expression was grave as he looked at Shunchi Kaori, who didn't seem to have done anything. Rip. Following that, a soft sound rang out again. A tear appeared on Tsurugi's Miko pants, revealing the fair skin underneath. 8-colored thunder god, the sword spirit which sincerely prays, please bestow upon me the godly speed of demon breaking. Jin Jian held his blade in front of him, stirring up the spiritual energy in his body as he chanted an enchantment. As she chanted the spell, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from her body. Seeing Jin Jiji's change, Kanzaki Hei-Gu couldn't help but frown. Then, he slowly adjusted the power in his body and grasped the sword beside him. Demon breaking. Then, Jin Jiji roared. Her body immediately broke through space and appeared in front of Kanzaki Kaori. She swung her sword at her. Flash! In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out. Blood gushed out from Jin Jiji's chest, forcing her to stagger back. She looked at Kanzaki Hei-Gu with a pale face. You. Jin Jiji's face was full of shock. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Kanzaki Kaori said. Impossible. Jin Jiji shook her head. Seeing this, Shinja Hueji couldn't help but frown. Even after so long, she still couldn't get rid of her habit of not killing humans. You're just as Master said. Forget it. Leave her to me. Taching Hei-Gu suddenly said. Okay. Kanzaki Kaori nodded and switched places with Taching Hei-Gu. On the other side, Jin Jian's eyes lit up. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he once again moved at high speed towards Dashang Heij and Kanzaki Kaori, who were in the midst of changing positions. He waved his long blade, creating a crescent-shaped blade aura that slashed towards the two of them. Clang! A dark red magic circle suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. Sneak attacks are bad. Behind a magic circle, Taching Hei-Gu said with a smile. Next, he created an energy ball in each of his hands. Then, he mixed the two together and threw them forward. The ball of energy turned into a stream of light and flew towards Jin Jiji. Jin Jian retreated in a flash and quickly formed a 5-pointed star barrier in front of him. Bang! The strange ball hit the barrier and then quickly spread out like a cloud of smoke. Done. Taching Hei-Gu clapped his hands and smiled. What? Kanzaki Kaori asked curiously. But soon, Jin Jiji's performance showed the answer. The pale Jin Jiji's body swayed and suddenly knelt in the void. Her eyes kept closing as if she was about to fall asleep. Chapter 1755. She's... Looking at Jin Jian's strange state, Kanzaki Kaori frowned. She's poisoned. Black Song smiled. Poisoned? Jin Jian and Kanzaki Kaori said together. Don't you think it's strange? It clearly looked like a very powerful attack. So why did it disperse in an instant? Chung Hei-Gu asked back. You're talking about that cloud of smoke. Jin Jian said. Bingo. But there's no prize. Black Song laughed. That's a poisonous smoke I created with a mixture of immortal and demonic powers. How is it? It's very powerful, right? Despicable. Jin Jian cursed with difficulty. Despicable? I don't think so. Don't forget, we're enemies now. Using any means to deal with you is a very legitimate method. Black Song laughed without a care. Well, good luck. After speaking, Taching Heij didn't do anything, but a huge magic array immediately expanded under Taching Heij's body. Then, a strong light blossomed, and Taching Heij disappeared from the enchantment she had set up. Next, it's time to deal with you. After sending Jin Jin away, Black Song looked at Skyfire Bright God, whose face alternated between green and white. It was unknown whether it was because of the situation in front of him or because of the curse and death energy in his body. Two lowly maids dare to be so arrogant in front of this god. You really don't know what's good for you. Skyfire Bright God scolded. What a bluff. Taching Hei-Gu curled his lips. The one with the sword? Let's end this quickly. Black Song looked at Kanzaki Kaori and said, Okay. Kanzaki Kaori nodded. Then she closed her eyes and connected her mind to the power in her dantian. It was the power she received from Sei Ito's Eastern War God Authority before leaving. It was the power granted by Sei Ito's Eastern War God Authority. The next moment, the power of the youth exploded and quickly turned into powerful life energy that filled Kanzaki Kaori's entire body. Then Kanzaki Kaori slowly opened her eyes. Her body erupted with an indescribable aura. However, Skyfire Bright God's expression changed when he sensed Soulcrack Kaori's aura. His eyes were filled with dread, because he knew too well what the essence of that power was. I have a feeling that this fellow has become a god. Taching Gu, who also felt this power, tilted his head and squinted his eyes as he thought to himself. Then, Divine Ren Woewei's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Skyfire Bright God. She slashed out with only evasion. If the heavenly fire-bright deity was in perfect condition, he might have been able to dodge this attack. However, the truth was that the current Skyfire Bright God's body wasn't in perfect condition. Due to the influence of the curse and death energy in his body, even his combat strength had been greatly weakened. How could he dodge the slash of a god splitter who had stepped into the realm of gods in the state of a saint? Therefore, unsurprisingly, a long and narrow wound appeared on Skyfire Bright God's chest. Pooh! A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound like it was free. Then, it turned into a blazing flame that burned cleanly and disappeared from the air. What was even more frightening was that this slash of the divine Ren flame had also been imbued with the Buddhist god-killing technique. Thus, after the sword wound spurted out blood, Skyfire Bright Deity let out a mournful scream like a young girl who had been forced to do something. At the same time, the divine power in Skyfire Bright God's body that was originally used to suppress the curse and death energy suddenly weakened. The curse and death energy seized the opportunity. They rampaged through his body even more unscrupulously, causing Skyfire Bright God to become even weaker and unable to fight. Under such circumstances, how could Skyfire Bright God be a match for Divine Ren Woewei? Therefore, in less than 20 seconds, he was defeated with wounds all over his body. Taching Gu sealed him with multiple layers of enchantments and teleported him back to say Ito's home, just like Miko-sama. Phew! Seeing that Skyfire Bright God was taken down, Divine Renwei hurriedly exhaled a long breath and put away her sage mode. It was just that with the blessing of the young man's power, her body didn't collapse, but a strong sense of exhaustion still rushed into Divine Ren Woewei's heart the moment the sage mode ended. This made her frown. Fortunately, Divine Ren Woewei had already expected this situation and was very familiar with it, so she wasn't affected by the sudden surge of exhaustion. She turned to Taching Gu and said, "Let's go and support Erica and the others." Then, in the next moment, a huge magic array unfolded under her and Taching Gu's feet. There was a burst of intense light, and Divine Ren Woewei and Taching Gu disappeared from the enchantment that had been removed. Time went back a little again, back to when Skyfire Bright God had just been seriously injured by Longinus' spear. The location was somewhere on a wide road in Akizurano City. A group of people wearing light armor and holding spears. Led by 4 generals riding tall horses, the group of soldiers emitting a pale, yellow aura marched toward the location of the Ito Shrine. However, at this moment, a large fireball suddenly appeared in the air and fell like rain toward the group of soldiers below. "Raise the shield," the leading general shouted. Swoosh! As he spoke, the shield was erected, forming a curtain wall over the soldiers' heads. Bang, 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 bang. Then a series of muffled sounds reverberated through the quiet street. But then, a red light flew out from the void like a waterfall, and together with the rain of fire, it bombarded the shield wall that the soldiers were standing on. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud sound, and the energy shield wall summoned by the soldiers' shields exploded, forming a powerful shock wave that spread in all directions. In the process, the soldiers were sent flying and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away, screaming in pain. "Who is it? Come out!" The leading general shouted in a loud voice. "Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. Lord, why did you abandon me? Mountains of Gilboa, I pray that the rain of dew will fall upon you." In response to his question, 2 high-pitched incantations sounded at the same time, but the content was different. "Lord, I call in the day, but you do not answer. I call in the night, but you are silent. But you have become a holy one, baptized by the many hymns of Israel. Offer the sacrifice that the thirsty beast craves. Give up yourself and become the shield of the brave. Saul's shield, pour oil into it, and give myself to this place. My bones decayed and collapsed, my heart turned into wax, and my body dissolved in it. Please abandon me in the dust of death. Dogs surround me, and I will be abused by the evildoers. The blood of the enemy, Jonathan's bow, will never retreat. Saul's sword will never return to the scabbard without gnawing the flesh of the brave, until this body is defeated. Then two delicate figures appeared in the sight of the four generals who were still standing in the same place. It was Erica and Liliana. They were chanting the forbidden spell that they learned from the book of David's merit as they rushed toward the four generals. Become my power. Give me help. Give me help as soon as possible. Save my soul from the sword. Save me from the lion's teeth. Save me from the horn of the buffalo. Jonathan's bow, the weapon of the brave, as fast as the eagle and as strong as the lion. Run and defeat thy enemy. Let me tell you the name of the Lord. Praise him in the center of the world. Convert and dedicate him. As the incantation came to an end, red and silver light blossomed from the two of them. It was as if flames had materialized and burned. Then it gradually solidified, together with the clothes they were wearing. It evolved into a set of knight commander's robes with the characteristics of the copper black cross and the bronze black cross. It wrapped around the two of them. But at this point, the two of them still didn't stop their incantation and continued to chant a more advanced version of the forbidden spell, the privilege of divine annihilation. 7 priests with 7 horns patrolled and blew, and those with weapons marched in front of them. They fought the Midianites as the Lord commanded Moses, and killed all the men. Among the people they killed the 5 kings of Midian with the sword. They patrolled the city 7 times. On the 7th time, when the priests blew the horns, Joshua told the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given the city to you. Kill all the people in the city, men and women, old and young, cattle, sheep and donkeys with the sword. Capture the women and children of the Midianites, and take away their livestock, flocks, and all their belongings as loot. Burn their cities and all their camps with fire. Cursed before the Lord is the one who wants to rebuild the city of Jericho. When he establishes the foundation, he will lose his eldest son. When he builds the gate, he will lose his youngest son. Take away all the loot, captives, people, and livestock, and kneel at the feet of Moses." During this incantation, the sword and tower shield bestowed with the privilege of divine annihilation appeared in Erica's hands. The silver great bow also appeared in Liliana's hands. "O steel lion, I entrust thee with my sigh and anger. The Son of God and the Holy Spirit of the host, baptized with the blood of the last stage of the divine stage. Appear, holy spear Longinus." Suddenly, Erica added an incantation in a loud voice. In a flash, the great sword in Erica's hands changed into a dark red spear and fell into Erica's hands. "Go, Lily, complete our merit," Erica said softly with a confident smile on her lips. "I don't need you to tell me that," Liliana shouted in a low voice. After saying that, she suddenly stopped, pulled the bowstring, and an arrow appeared in Liliana's hands. The arrowhead pointed at the 4 generals. Chapter 1756. Although these 4 generals were dressed like generals, their true identities were 4 true deities. They were Zhuojing Shunbei, who founded the Weizhong clan, Zhuojing Shunbei, who founded the Yafubu clan, Yanxing Shunbei, who founded the Six-Man clan, and Shizu Shunbei, who founded the Jinsho clan. In Chinese, Shenbi was the 2nd generation of gods, while Shenbi was the grandson of gods. It was a special title for the gods and demigods of the Tian Sun clan, which was composed of the 2nd generation and grandson of gods. It was similar to the word life for male gods and cell for female gods. Although their names and clans were completely different, the four of them were indeed blood brothers, descendants of the Tianxiang mountain life. The Tianxiang mountain life was another title for the Skyfire Bright God after he moved to the Tianxiang mountain area. In other words, the four of them were the direct descendants of the Skyfire Bright God. Unfortunately, it was probably because Mother Goddess did not have a good bloodline or human origin. Although the four of them had obtained a divine body, a divine name, divinity, and even became the ancestral gods of a certain family, they did not have divinity. They could not become righteous gods and could not obtain a divine title. They could not obtain a divine power like the bright god of the heavenly fire and could only be a war god. In other words, they were thugs. It was a tragedy. Brothers go. Seeing Erica and Liliana appear, Zhujiang Shinbi shouted and urged his Pegasus to charge at them. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an arrow suddenly appeared in front of Zhujiang, accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air. Zhujiang Shinbi's expression changed greatly. He quickly raised his spear and hit the arrow's edge. Clang! The arrow's trajectory was deflected, and it flew past Zhujiang Shinbi's other cheek. Zhujiang Shinbi let out a miserable cry. It turned out that although the arrow's trajectory was deflected, it was moving too fast. The instant it flew past Zhujiang Shinbi, one of his ears was pierced and exploded. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Zhujiang Shinbi roared with bloodshot eyes. Then, he urged his Pegasus to charge at Liliana. Your opponent is me. With a clear cry, Erica appeared beside Zhujiang like a streak of red light. He handed over Longinus, the holy spear that Reinhardt had transformed into. In an instant, Zhujiang felt a sense of fatal danger. However, before he could react, a black light once again flew in front of him. It was an arrow shot by Liliana. Zhujiang Shinbi's pupils constricted. He quickly lay down on the ground and brushed against the edge of the two weapons to avoid the fatal attack. Big brother! The other three deities called out loudly. Then he also clamped his legs and kicked his horse, wanting to rush to Zhujiang's side. Crackle! However, just as the three of them moved, three red lights emitting a demonic aura suddenly fell from the sky. It hit the three of them who were unable to release it in time. The three of them screamed at the same time. Then, before the three of them could react, QB waved her arm again, creating a pink mist with a strange fragrance that enveloped the three of them. She then turned her head and looked into the distance. Over there, a strong aura belonging to Ito Sei and another aura full of sharp and cold aura were fiercely colliding with each other. Plop, plop, plop. However, before she could pay attention to it for long, three muffled sounds rang out in succession, attracting her attention again. Enveloped by the pink cloud of fragrance, Zhujiang Shunbei, Shan Cheng Shunbei, and Li Jin Shunbei seemed to be drunk. They were dizzy and could not stabilize their bodies. Together with the Pegasus, who suddenly went limp and foamed at the mouth, they fell to the ground. Is it poison? Yamashiro Shinbi said in a low voice. QB didn't answer his question. Instead, she waved her arm again. The three deities shrunk rapidly as if they were hit by a shrinking spell. In the end, they flew into QB's palm under the guidance of an invisible force. QB then turned her palm and put away the imprisoned three deities. She then turned her head to look at Zhujiang Shinbi, who was badly injured under the pincer attack of Erica and Liliana. Lily, let's end this. Erica said loudly as she stabbed a bloody hole the size of an arm on Zhujiang Shinbi's other body with her holy spear. Okay, Liliana responded, then jumped up from the ground as if her body was weightless. She held the bow in her left hand. She pulled the bowstring with her right hand, and four cold arrows containing a different type of power appeared at the tip of the bow. Erica, Liliana shouted as she pulled the bowstring to the maximum. Understood. In response, Erica quickly dodged Zhujiang Shinbi's attack. She then used a jumping spell to jump back and away from Zhujiang Shinbi's side. Then, with two whooshing noises for arrows with red, yellow, blue, and green lights flew towards Jingshun, who was in a sorry state due to excessive blood loss. The sword pierced into his body as he dodged, and under the force of inertia, it nailed him to the ground. At this time, Kyubi waved her arm again and put Zhuo Jing's shinbi into her palm. Is it over? Along with a familiar female voice, Taching Hei Gu and Shinja Kori appeared in front of Kyubi and Erika, who were panting and exhausted after withdrawing the divine annihilation ability. Seems like you guys are done too, Erika said with a bright smile as she let out a big sigh of relief. Yes, it's done. Taching Hei Gu smiled as he landed on the ground with Shinja Kori. Boom! Just as they were talking, a loud noise came from his side. Everyone turned to look. Done. Not far away, legendary level Pandora, Wendy Meyer, said happily as she carried her sledgehammer on her shoulder amidst the smoke and dust. Not far away from her was Tesla's Sander, who was holding 2 swords in his hands and standing expressionlessly. Other than that, there were also a large number of corpses of soldiers who had been cut into pieces or directly smashed into minced meat. In the misty spiritual light, they gradually dispersed into a large number of photon particles and slowly melted into the air. At this point, the forces of Skyfire Bright God who came to invade Akazuno City were all wiped out. What do we do next? Winnie May asked curiously. Lord Ninetails, please go to the king's side and support him. Erika thought for a while and turned to the silent Ninetails. She clearly remembered that before they set off, after the king used the power of the divine artifact called Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet to strengthen them, Ninetails had shown a terrifying aura. It was as if she was facing a god of disobedience. Okay. Ninetails looked at Erika calmly and agreed. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. All right, let's go home now and wait for the king's victory. Erika smiled. Don't we need to help Sister Cassandra and Lucy? Winnie May asked curiously. They're just a bunch of mobs. The 2 of them are enough. And who knows, they might have already destroyed the enemy over there. Erika smiled disdainfully. Oh, Winnie May nodded. Then, Taching Hegu once again opened a huge teleportation magic circle under everyone's feet and brought everyone away from the battlefield. Monster! Oh, I don't want to die. I surrender. Have mercy on me. On the other side, in a large army of more than 1,000 people formed by the self-defense forces of the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Environment, a series of pleas for mercy rang out in the crowd. But that was not the case. Cassandra and Lucy, the 2 legendary tier Pandoras who had almost no emotions, swept through them like harvesting wheat. The Gantz battle team, which had lost many members, was quickly wiped out. Only less than 50 psionic powerhouses were left trying their best to resist. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that their surroundings had already been sealed by Tetraso, a legendary expert who had been sent here as well. If any of them were to run a certain distance, they would be devoured by a gray energy serpent that would suddenly appear out of thin air, leaving not even an intact corpse. Just like that, under the joint massacre of the 2 legendary Pandoras and 1 legendary expert of the Gantz team, this group of enemies with the largest number of people but the weakest combat power was completely wiped out. Moreover, because most of the main forces of the Ministry of Environment were inside, almost at the same time as this team was wiped out, the combat power of the Ministry of Environment was basically wiped out. They could no longer cause any trouble. Seeing that the enemies were all wiped out, Tetroso appeared from the void and said loudly, "Retreat." Then, a middle-style dimensional teleportation magic circle appeared under the feet of the Gantz team members present, spewing out light and taking them away from the battlefield. Then, the multifunctional security robots that had gathered at the side surged into the battlefield and began to clean up the entire battlefield like sanitation workers. "Ladies, let's go back," Tetroso said as he walked up to Cassandra and Lucy. The 2 of them did not speak. They silently turned around and walked into the city. "I just heard that guy call you Bedoya. In other words, you're the divine weapon Bedoyu's soul blade?" Say Ito asked Bedoyu. who was wearing a black female modified armor, in front of him. "How dare you?" Before Bedoyu could speak, the sword witch at the side was the first to glare at Ito and scold him. Smack! A crisp sound rang out in the battlefield. Then, Ito, who was exercising his wrist, said indifferently, "I'm talking to your master. You have no right to bark, servant." Chapter 1757. P.S. Thanks to Zhang Xiaozhong, Snow Domain Perching Phoenix, Malice Section Blade, Brother Light Tao, and Lig for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Instant Potato for their tips. Thanks to Shikong for his evaluation vote. A red and swollen patch appeared on the sword witch's cheek. A clear palm print was imprinted on her cheek. The sword witch subconsciously looked at her master. However, to everyone's surprise, Budoyu acted as if nothing had happened, even though the sword which he had summoned had been slapped. His expression did not change at all as he continued to stare at Ito-sei. However, it was understandable if one thought about it carefully. After all, in the previous battle with Bright God of Heavenly Fire, Ito-sei had displayed shocking strength. Therefore, in front of such strength, even Budoyu, who was his enemy, had to show enough respect. Therefore, it was not worth mentioning that a little sword which had been slapped. The reason was simple. She was not qualified. That's right, Budoyu softly admitted. Ito nodded as if he had expected this. Then he looked at Budoyu's body covered in black modified armor and asked again, "This body should not be your true body, right?" "Yes," Budoyu replied without hesitation. "If that's the case, then it should be very difficult to find a divine imperial body that can perfectly rely on your strength, right? Or is there only one?" Ito looked at Budoyu's face with interest and chuckled. "That is indeed the case." Budoyu nodded and admitted. Ito nodded and then suddenly asked, "If I take you down, will Jian Yulei fly into a rage? My master will tear you to pieces." Hearing this, Budoyu's expression suddenly changed, his body exuding a frightening, killing intent, as he coldly said. A whirlwind quickly spread out, with Budoyu as the center. He could feel the murderous aura from Budoyu. Ito's expression didn't change as he chuckled. He didn't move at all, but a 3-foot-long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Budoyu's expression did not change when he saw this, but the aura around him changed again. It changed from the previous biting cold to the sharpness of a blade, cutting through the air and creating muffled explosions. At the same time, Budoyu placed his right hand lightly on the ground. His gaze landed on the hilt of the saber at his waist. Their auras intertwined and collided, and they were on the verge of exploding. At the side, the sword witch, who was suppressed by the two powerful auras, turned pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. Her mouthful of blood seemed to signal the start of the battle. The two of them were immediately provoked. In an instant, the two figures moved to the east and disappeared from where they stood. Dang, 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 dang. Then a series of intense collisions rang out from the void. Fwoosh, 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 invisible and visible streams of sharp sword and saber chi flew out in all directions, creating cracks of different lengths on the ground and buildings around them. Even those in the distance were affected by the shock waves of their battle. The sword witch, who was close to the two of them, had no way of dodging the shock waves. She let out a miserable shriek as she was torn apart by the sword and saber energies that swept past her. She died on the spot, but it was still the same. She did not have the qualifications. Thus, whether it was her superior, Budoyu, or her enemy, Ito, neither of them were distracted or affected by her death. They continued to fight with all their might. Clang! A moment later, with the sound of metal colliding, Budoyu and Ito-sei's figures reappeared, each standing in the position where the other was standing before. As expected of the war god's sword, his martial skills are indeed sharp. Ito couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his clothes, which had been torn in a dozen places, and the slender wounds that faintly seeped with blood. "You're not bad either." Budoyu's eyes flashed with excitement. The corners of his mouth curled up. Just like Sei Ito, Buduyu's body was not in good condition either. Not only were there deep and sinister sword marks on his originally smooth black armor, even his inner thighs, arms, and other parts of his body that the armor could not cover had cracked open. Blood continuously flowed out from these wounds, dyeing the armor a bright red. Although I really want to just fight with you like this, there is no point in fighting until a victor is decided. But unfortunately, the time is not right. Sei Ito said in a soft and regretful tone, "Are you going to use your divine domain?" Buduyu's excitement died down as he asked indifferently. "More or less," Sei Ito said with a light smile. With that, a ripple quickly spread out with Sei Ito as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of several hundred meters. Then the scene in space began to change from the original steel city, from the forest to a world of gold. A large number of golden balls of light appeared, slowly moving up and down. With my art of words, let the justice of the world appear. This incantation is powerful and eloquent. It is the sword of wisdom that calls for victory. Sei Ito, standing in the center of the world of gold, shouted with a solemn expression. Then, a large blade of pure gold that looked like a Damascus blade appeared in Sei Ito's hand along with the heavenly sword. This was the fundamental embodiment of the warrior form of the 10 avatars of the Eastern war form, the golden sword of wisdom that could kill gods. When Buduyu, who was also said to have the power to kill gods, sensed the ripples from the golden sword that caused the godhood to tremble, his expression completely changed. His face was grave. It's actually the power to kill gods. I have to say, your existence is truly astonishing. Buduyu sighed. Let's end this battle. Sei Ito extended his right hand and gripped the hilt of the golden sword with both hands as he looked at Buduyu. That's fine. Let me see if it is your sword that is sharper than mine. Buduyu laughed heartily. The moment she finished speaking, a ripple of godhood spread out with her, as the center, forming a domain of 10,000 swords filled with crimson flames. An exaggeratedly long blade stood in front of Buduyu in the center of the domain, exuding a biting cold aura that caused Sei Ito's skin to tighten. The blade was 224 centimeters long, and with a half-meter-long hilt, the entire blade was 270 centimeters long. This meant that it was more than 7 meters long. Unless one was a giant over 3 meters tall, ordinary humans would find it extremely difficult to use and display its power. It could only be kept as an exhibit in one's home. Seeing the appearance of the blade, Sei Ito's eyes narrowed, and his mind began to recall the legends and knowledge he had learned from Yuri Banria about the Budu Mitama blade and the Kinyu Thunder God. Buduyu extended his hand and gripped the hilt of the blade. With a slight tug, he pulled it out of the forest of blades and assumed the posture of a wild katana as he looked at Sei Ito. Budu Mitama blade, you are the god-killing blade that has been passed down to this day. Following Sei Ito's statement, a dozen of the golden balls of light that had been aimlessly floating around immediately flew to Sei Ito's side and floated up and down. In the records of the Kojiki, you have another name, Satoshi Budu God. Even more balls of light flew to Sei Ito's side. In the records of the Neon Shoji, you are called Soul. In the records of the Rise and Fall of the Origin, you are called Blue Sword. But no matter which name it is, your origin is the same. You were given by the Kinyu Thunder God to pacify the country. At this time, the golden balls of light around Sei Ito had turned into a golden ocean, the sword of wisdom. Feeling the trembling of the divinity in his body, Buduyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Ah, just nice. Let me see if your sword of wisdom is stronger, or if my sword of strength is stronger." With that, Buduyu took a step forward and charged at Sei Ito with his sword. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not show any weakness. With a thought, he gathered the surrounding balls of light into the golden sword in his hand, and then charged at Buduyu in the same manner. The distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with, and the length of the weapons they were wielding was so exaggerated. So in almost an instant, the two weapons clashed. In an instant, there was no sound, but a dazzling radiance blossomed between the two of them. It was like the sun had fallen to the ground, illuminating the entire area of Akakarino City. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, and the figures of Budiyu and Sei Ito were revealed. At this time, the tip of Budiyu's long sword was stabbed into Sei Ito's shoulder, and the golden sword in Sei Ito's hand pierced through Budiyu's body and came out from his back. It seems that I have lost. Budiyu lowered his head to look at the golden sword in his chest, and said softly with some unwillingness on his face, "But don't be complacent. My lord Budiyu will avenge me." Budiyu looked up at Sei Ito in front of him and grinned. After saying that, a stream of spiritual light instantly broke free from the woman's body, taking on the shape of a katana in midair. Then it suddenly exploded, turning into countless photon particles that slowly dissipated in the sky. At the same time, the bright sword that had lost the support of Budiyu's spirit light dimmed, and a large amount of rust appeared on it, making the sword look like a piece of scrap metal that was about to be discarded. Pa clang, clang, clang. Then the sword broke and fell from Sei Ito's shoulder to the ground. Pa bang. Then the golden sword disappeared, and the woman who had lost the support of Budiyu's spirit turned back into an ordinary witch, and her eyes rolled back, and she fell heavily to the ground. It seems that I won't be able to recover for a few days." Sei Ito ignored the witch on the ground and looked down at the wound on his shoulder that was still bleeding and said helplessly, "Budiyu's spirit was a divine sword that had the power to kill gods, and although it did not win at the last moment, it still left a part of its power in Sei Ito's body. Because of this, Sei Ito's recovery ability was greatly reduced, and it would take a few days for him to fully recover. But fortunately, this injury was very light, and it did not have any effect on the battle, so he did not have to worry about not being able to fight with all his strength while he was injured." Then Sei Ito looked down at the witch at his feet, and with a thought, put her into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he looked up, closed his eyes, and released his mental power, and searched around for Longinus's spear that was thrown out by his shadow clone. Because Longinus had made it himself, and it had swallowed the blood of several gods through his hands, the mark of Sei Ito on the spear was very clear, so it only took a moment for Sei Ito to find the whereabouts of the spear. Then with a thought, he used his teleportation ability to rush over Akakarino City in a shrine. Accompanied by the appearance of a golden light, Inari Kami, who was dressed in a kimono with a large number of coins hanging behind his tail, appeared in the shrine. Aya, so pitiful. Inari Kami looked at Skyfire Bright God, who had fainted due to the influence of the death power and curse, and a golden folding fan covered half of his face, and said with a gloating expression, "But it's good for me." After saying that, Inari Kami reached out his hand and took Skyfire Bright God into his palm. However, at this moment, a shout sounded in the shrine. "Who's there?" Following that, several figures appeared and surrounded Inari God in the house. "Sai, I was discovered. It's rare for me to sneak someone away." Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Inari Kami's tone was unexpectedly cute when he spoke. "Who are you?" Erica, who was holding Reinhardt in her hand, asked as if she was facing a great enemy. "Lowly one, watch your attitude." Inari Kami frowned and said lightly. Even though her words were light, they were filled with a powerful sense of majesty. Erica, Liliana, and Kanzaki Kaori, who bore the brunt of her words, had a change in expression. "God of disobedience. God." The three of them thought at the same time. "But forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't take your lives." Inari Kami then changed the topic and said softly, "Erica, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori, and Taching Hage looked serious and didn't say anything. I'll take this guy away." Inari Kami didn't care about the four's expression and continued talking to himself. Then, his body flashed and was about to take Skyfire Bright God away from the shrine. But at the next moment, Inari Kami's face showed a surprised expression. "Huh, there's a barrier. When?" Inari Kami was surprised. Your Highness, please put down the Skyfire bright god in your hand. That is my king's spoils of war. If your Highness wants to take it away, please use the proper method to make your request to my king. Erica took a deep breath and forced herself to state her request. What if I don't agree? Inari Kami narrowed his eyes and asked. Chapter 1758. P.S. Thanks to Malicious Section Blade for his precious monthly votes. In that case, we'll have no choice but to pledge our lives to protect our majesty. Erica replied with a fearless smile. As soon as she said that, Erica and Liliana both tried their best to activate the curse power in their body and prepare themselves for battle. Although Kanzaki Kaori and Takei Heiko didn't do anything, it wasn't hard to tell from their subtle movements that they were also prepared for battle. Mortals who overestimate themselves. Inari Goddess's eyes turned cold as she said coldly. As soon as she said that, a golden light flashed, and the surrounding environment changed from the wooden house to a golden wheat field. I, as the god of harvest, bestow upon you a bountiful harvest. Inari Goddess used words to weave a divine language and said softly. In an instant, a large number of plump rice seeds appeared in Erica, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori, and Takei Heiko's clothes. Like a fountain, they rushed out from their clothes. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by sand, making them unable to move their feet as if they were in mud. For the sake of Seito, I will spare your lives this time. But if you dare to speak nonsense again, I will not spare you. Inari Goddess said coldly. But as soon as she said that, a powerful divine force burst out from Kanzaki Kaori's body. Obviously, at this time, she once again entered the saint mode that allowed her to temporarily step into the realm of gods. Boom! Then there was an explosion. Under the impact of the sudden explosion of divine spirit light, the wheat seeds around the divine split fire were blasted away in all directions. Your Highness, please put down the thing in your hand. Kanzaki Kaori secretly added a cross spell that could kill gods and said in a deep voice, Child of God? That's not right. Oh, I know, you are the chosen one. Inari Goddess looked carefully at Kanzaki Kaori and suddenly said. Hearing Inari Goddess's words, Kanzaki Kaori's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Has this country been infiltrated to such an extent? I can't believe that even the chosen one of the foreign teachers can appear on this land so openly. The people nowadays are really stupid. Inari Kami sneered with disdain. Consider yourself unlucky to appear in front of this god. You should not die here. After that, Inari Goddess's mind moved. The wheat seedlings around immediately swayed vigorously without any wind. The seeds on the wheat seedlings shot out like bullets towards Kanzaki Kaori's body. Shinja Hyuri's right hand moved slightly, and 7 thin steel wires that were hard to see with the naked eye flew out in an instant, silently setting up a defensive barrier. Pung, 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 pung. A series of muffled sounds resounded in the air. Kanzaki Kaori's body. She instantly rushed to Inari Goddess. A slash imbued with the cross-sex retribution angel tactic was unleashed. Inari closed the golden fan in his hand and used it as a shield in front of him like a weapon. Block! Unexpectedly, it didn't look like it was made of metal or wood. The golden fan, which seemed to be made of ivory and white jade, emitted a crisp sound of metal clashing against the 7 heavens' 7 sabers of the divine split fire. Then, Inari Goddess's body moved slightly, making the 2 bells hanging behind her make a crisp, tinkling sound. However, in the midst of the tinkling sound, 2 invisible ripples spread out and hit Kanzaki Kaori in front of her. Oomph! Kanzaki Kaori groaned. She endured the pressure at her chest, and once again slashed at Inari Goddess. Inari Goddess dodged, and at the same time kicked Kanzaki Kaori's abdomen. Kanzaki Kaori's figure flashed away from Inari and appeared beside her. She continued to slash down with her sword. Inari Goddess frowned and dodged again. At the same time, she activated the countless wheat in her harvest domain. They twisted into a thick wheat rope and tangled with Kanzaki Kaori. Mountains of Gilboa, I pray for the rain of dew to fall upon you, offering to the thirsty beast the sacrifice it craves. Give up yourself and become the shield of the brave. Saul's shield, pour oil into it and give yourself to this place. Blood of the enemy, Jonathan's bow will never back down. Saul's sword will never return to its scabbard until it devours the flesh of the brave, until this body is defeated. Jonathan's bow, the weapon of the brave who is as fast as a vulture and as strong as a lion. Run, defeat your enemy. At this moment, along with an indescribable feeling of sorrow, a long passage of words was chanted. Then Liliana, whose feet were still bound by the mud formed by the rice seeds, took out a big bow and 4 long arrows. Liliana knocked one of the arrows on the bow and aimed at Inari Goddess, who was dodging Kanzaki Kaori's attack. Inhi God's eyes narrowed as a cold expression appeared on her face. But before she could do anything, several dark green vines suddenly appeared from the ground around her and tightly wrapped around her body, causing her to stop moving. These were the vines created by Hage of Deshang, who combined the power of immortal spells and demonic energy. Seeing the opportunity, Liliana, as a Grand Knight, would not let it go. She loosened her grip and shot out the arrow that she had prepared. Whoosh! The arrow turned into a ray of black light and flew in front of Inari God. Walalala! At this moment, a large number of white coins suddenly appeared beside Inari Goddess and piled up to form a semicircular barrier that blocked the arrow's path. Bang! The arrow hit the ground and shattered dozens of coins that were piled up together. Then, the coins disappeared together with the pieces of paper. Then, Kanzaki Kaori's figure appeared in front of the distracted Inari Kami and slashed down with only flash. Puff! Under the influence of the cross-sex angel's punishment, a long and narrow wound appeared on Inari Goddess's body and golden blood spurted out. How dare you? Inari Goddess's body shook violently for a moment before she screamed with a ferocious expression. But what responded to her was Liliana's arrow and Kanzaki Kaori's blade that was synchronized with Hage of Deshang's interference. Good. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die for this god. Amidst the crazy roar, a powerful spirit light erupted from Inari God's body. It shook the ground as if the earth was moving, causing the ground to rise up. Then, it changed shape and turned into a mud fox with a long tail. The mature rice that originally existed in the harvest domain turned into fur and covered the mud fox's body, decorating it with a beautiful golden color. Kill! Inari Goddess shouted. After receiving the order, the mud fox roared silently and opened its mouth to spit out a huge scorched stone. Seeing this, Liliana, Erika, Taching Hage, and Shinjakori did not dare to take it head-on. They hurriedly used their own means to break the shackles on their bodies and dodged to the side by a hair's breadth. Boom! A huge crater appeared in the harvest domain. Then, the mudstone fox lowered its body and got ready to pounce on the object. Then, in the next second, countless golden light spots flew out from the mud fox's body and shot out in all directions like rain. Bam, 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 bam. Deshang Hage supported a strong enough barrier in front of her and barely resisted the rain of light. Behind her were Erika, Liliana, and Kanzaki Kaori, who didn't have time to cast a defensive spell. But immediately, Erika and Liliana chanted a strong defensive spell. In the name of the elders who control the whole country, defend against the enemy. In an instant, a light barrier appeared out of thin air and enveloped Erika, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori, and Deshang Hage, who was still supporting the barrier. However, if they didn't think of a way to defeat the enemy as soon as possible, it wouldn't take long for them to be smashed to pieces by the endless rain of light from the Mudstone Fox. They couldn't be more dead than they already were. What do we do, Meow? Deshang Hage asked. Erika frowned, and her brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of a way to escape. After a moment, Erika let out a long breath and looked at Liliana with a serious face. Lily, do Do you still have strength? Liliana didn't say anything and only looked at Erica with a determined gaze. I plan to use the divine annihilation privilege again, Erica said softly with a slight smile. She then turned to look at the big fox and continued, when the time comes, I will open up a path in front, and you will attack with arrows from behind. As for the finishing job, Miss Kanzaki, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Kanzaki Kori nodded as her body started to show signs of discomfort. 7 priests with 7 goat horns patrolling and blowing the horns. Those with weapons will march in front of them. Patrol the city 7 times. On the 7th time, when the priests blew the horns, Joshua commanded the people, shout, for the Lord has given the city to you. Kill all the people in the city, regardless of gender, age, cattle, sheep, or donkeys. Anyone who wants to rebuild Jericho will be cursed before the Lord. When he builds the foundation, he will lose his eldest son. When he builds the gate, he will lose his youngest son. Erica then took a deep breath and chanted the divine annihilation privilege's exclusive incantation. In an instant, an exaggerated amount of magic gushed out from Erica's body and solidified, forming a set of dark red knight armor that focused on the body's defense. It covered Erica's body. A large tower shield with a red copper cross pattern and a great sword with the divine annihilation privilege. Reinhardt also appeared in her hands and was held by Erica. Chapter 1759. So they did as the Lord commanded Moses. They fought against the Midianites and killed all the men. Among the people they killed the 5 kings of Midian with their swords. They captured the women and children of the Midianites and seized their livestock, flocks, and all their belongings as loot. And he set fire to all the cities that they dwelt in and all their tents. They took all the loot and captives, even the people and livestock, and knelt at the feet of Moses. After Erica, with the recitation of another holy annihilation privilege incantation, a cyan knight armor focused on speed appeared on Liliana's body. Then the silver longbow that had just disappeared reappeared in her hand. Liliana held it in front of her, knocked the arrow, and drew the bow into a full moon. Let's go, everyone, Erica said with a pale face. Yes. Liliana and Shinja Hiri responded in unison. Steel Lion, I entrust thee with my sigh and anger. The Son of God and the Holy Spirit's wail, baptized with the blood of the last stage of the divine, appear. Holy Lance Longinus. Erica, who was ready to attack, chanted in a low voice. Then the magic on Erica's body surged, wrapped the great sword in her hand, Reinhardt, and turned it into a dark red knight's spear. Plead to the seal of magic, the origin of my magic. Promise to bestow upon me the honor of the Knight of Honor. Erica chanted again. After he finished chanting, he did not hesitate and immediately stepped out of the light shield formed by the Elders' Council's command magic and the enchantment barrier formed by Black Song. Under the protection of the light shield formed by the Holy Annihilation Privilege, he forcibly withstood the continuous attack of the light rain and took large strides toward the mudstone fox not far away and launched an attack. Running, Erica's figure became faster and faster, more and more blurred, and finally turned into a red light. She rushed in front of the mud fox and then took a big step. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air and threw out Longinus' spear, which had the divine annihilation privilege and could even injure and kill a god. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard from the mud fox's body. Erica shouted. Perhaps her will had affected the power of the attack, or perhaps it was time for the holy spear to take effect. With Erica's sudden shout, the holy spear that was pressed against the mud fox's body suddenly blossomed with a magnificent light, like a sharp knife that could cut butter. It instantly pierced into the mudstone fox's body. Following this, the divine annihilation privilege erupted, forming a powerful energy that rampaged through the mudstone fox's body, wreaking havoc. A few seconds later, the rain of light stopped, and, at the same time, the mudstone fox's body completely lost its golden color. It turned into a pile of dry and cracked soil and fell to the ground with a crashing sound. Seeing that the mudstone fox had been destroyed, Erica's pale face let out a relieved smile. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, falling to the ground together with the rocks that were scattered around the mudstone fox. ****. Inari God cursed angrily. Then, in the next moment, a black light broke through the barrier of space. It flew in front of Inari God. Sensing that something was wrong, Inari God's face turned pale, and he quickly dodged to the side. But the speed of the arrow was too fast, and the timing of the attack was just right when Inari God was distracted. Therefore, even though Inari God's reaction was fast enough, but in the end, the arrow still pierced through his shoulder. A gush of golden spiritual blood spurted out from Inari God's body. Under the impact of the arrow, Inari God's body was forcefully flung to the side for some distance. Then, in the next moment, there was a faint flash of light. Another long and narrow wound appeared on Inari God's body. Puff! Inari God let out a cry of pain. But before he could finish his cry, a demonic flame suddenly appeared in the air and rained down on Inari God. Puff! A series of muffled sounds reverberated in the air. Lady Shunshi, see if you can break the seal of this space, and we can leave this place, Liliana said to Shunshi Kaori, who had appeared next to Erika and carried the weak Erika on her back. All right, Shunshi Kaori nodded. Then she turned around and looked into the void and got into a stance to use Ikatsu. Only flash. In an instant, a sharp flash of sword flashed in front of Liliana. Boom! There was a loud explosion and the void shook. A small crack in space appeared in front of Shunshi Kaori. Seeing this, Shunshi Kaori's eyes glowed. Once again, she used only flash on the crack that was quickly recovering. Boom! This aura... It's Inari God. In a forest in Akazuya City, Sei Ito, who had just taken out Longinus's spear from the ground, suddenly changed his expression and looked in the direction of the shrine. Then his figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared. This is the outer wall of the Celestial Dominion. No wonder I didn't feel any changes here. In the next instant, he appeared in the divine court of the shrine, and he reached out to touch the void before him, which was just like the void that he had seen in the past. At the same time, with a flash of light, Kyubi's figure appeared next to Seito. Obviously, she also felt the changes here. Step back. Seito turned to Kyubi and said. Kyubi nodded and stepped back a long distance. Then, Seito raised the Longinus spear in his hand, poured the power of space into the spear, and stabbed at the point where the aura was exposed. Boom! In the loud noise, a shockwave spread out with the front end of Longinus's spear as the center. Like a passing hurricane, the trees and stones on both sides of the shrine were blown over and crushed. Crack, kacha, kacha, kacha. Then a series of cracking sounds and large space cracks appeared in the void in front of Seito. Pah! Then the space shattered, revealing the familiar scene of Inari God's Celestial Dominion. Seito and Kyubi flashed into the Celestial Dominion at the same time and appeared next to Liliana. Seeing Seito suddenly appear next to her, Liliana called out in surprise. My king, master, you're finally here. If you were a little later, I would have been bullied to death by that god. Taching Hage stopped setting up the barrier and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with a flirtatious smile on his face. At the same time, Kinzaki Kori also put away her sage mode and relaxed. Because her body had already entered the stage of collapse, as soon as she ended her sage mode, Kinzaki Kori immediately followed in Erika's footsteps and fainted. Seeing this, Seito didn't dare to hesitate and quickly activated the authority of the God of Life to create 3 groups of life energy, projecting them into the bodies of Erika and Kanzaki Kaori, who had already fainted, as well as Liliana, who was also weak, to restore their bodies, and then sent them back to the Rubik's Cube world to recuperate. After doing all this, Ito had the leisure to look at the opposite side. He saw that not far away, although his clothes were torn and part of his white flesh was exposed, but the original wounds on his body had strangely disappeared. Only a somewhat embarrassed Inari god was suspended in mid-air, looking at Ito and touching Hage with a cold and murderous expression. Inari god, can you explain what happened? Ito asked in an unfriendly tone. This god wants to take away the Skyfire god, but your subordinates don't know what's good for them and challenge this god's authority. So I had no choice but to discipline them on your behalf. Inari god sneered in an unfriendly tone. Is that so? Ito tilted his head slightly, looking at touching Hage beside him, and asked in a soft voice. No, that's not it. It's that guy on the other side who sneaked into my house and wanted to secretly take away the Skyfire god. He accidentally touched the barrier I set up, and then the sword-wielding guy, the little fox, and the stereotypical girl blocked his way. In the end, the negotiation failed, so he wanted to kill us. Touching Hage explained with a wronged look. As for the sword-wielding guy, the little fox, and the stereotypical girl, Ito knew who she was referring to. Strange. Why is the content of my subordinate statement different from what you said in Auto Kami? Ito asked with a sarcastic face. This god has no need to lie to you. Inari god said without changing his expression. All right, let's say what you said is true. But since when is it your turn to teach my subordinates a lesson? Ito nodded seriously, and then his expression suddenly changed, and he asked fiercely. Also, the Skyfire god is my captive without my permission. What right do you have to take him away? Inari god, are you looking down on me? Ito Mori, watch your attitude. Inari Kami's eyes flashed as she shouted in a low voice. Attitude? Huh, attitude. Since you don't respect me, why should I respect you? Ito said sarcastically. Then he turned to QB and said, QB, I think you want to teach this guy a lesson. Of course. QB sneered. Boost. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep voice came from Ito's left hand. Unknowingly, a red armor appeared on his left hand, covering Ito's entire left forearm and palm, making his left hand look extremely ferocious. God's destruction equipment, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. Chapter 1760. P.S. Thank you to Crimson Knight Wanderer, Shu In, Meteor Dance Steps, Yongbo 2001, and Evil Blade for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato for his tip. Ninetales was already unhappy with Inari Deity. She was once captured and educated by Inari Deity. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew she wasn't strong enough, how could she not take revenge? One had to know that when she was still dodgy, she was famous for using her lust for power and harming the loyal. Now that she was using the body of a demon fox, the evil thoughts in her heart burned even brighter. She couldn't wait to tear Inari God into pieces and eat him alive. Fortunately, there was an opportunity now. Bastard, you're asking for death. Inari Deity had never been treated like this before. She immediately shouted with killing intent. Just like how a skinny person didn't like to be called a stick, a fat person didn't like to be called fat, a beautiful woman didn't like to be called ugly, and a man didn't like to be called weak in certain aspects. As a demon, Ninetales didn't like to be called a bastard no matter now or in the past. Therefore, when Ninetales heard this, her pupils shrank, and a murderous aura surged from her body. Speaking of bastards, aren't you one as well? Inari Deity? Ninetales' expression changed, and she smiled brightly. Judging from the quick change in her expression, Ninetales did look a little like the peerless demon concubine who caused chaos in the palace. What she said wasn't wrong. As one of the embodiments of the nature god, Inari Deity wasn't a pure human. She also had the origin of beasts. One of them was a white fox that was similar to Ninetales. Good. Bastard, you're going to die today. Inari Deity, who was laughing out of anger, said the word good 3 times in a row. Then, a spiritual light bloomed from Inari deity's body. As if in response, the entire harvest domain was quickly filled with a golden mist that resembled a spirit cloud. Living beings who live on the earth and rely on the fruits of the harvest to survive. He might call, "Help me slay the evil enemy." Inari Kami started chanting with a clear voice. It sounded like she was speaking from the heavens. Then the air trembled slightly. Numerous pitch-black shadows, standing upright, crouching, gigantic, and petite, abruptly appeared in the golden spirit mist, gradually revealing their true forms. "Master, we seem to be surrounded, meow." De Shanghai-Go looked at the various creatures that were quickly appearing around them and said softly in a relaxed tone, "Humans, monkeys, wolves, foxes, spiders, tigers, leopards, bears, wild boars, elephants, tsk. I didn't expect Inari Kami to be an animal breeder." QB looked at the animals around him with interest. He said frivolously, "However, if one were to carefully observe her eyes, they would discover that her eyes were glowing." There was no trace of a smile in the depths of Nine-Tailed's eyes when she said this. There was only the fear of facing a strong enemy. However, this was normal. After all, it didn't matter who it was. It would not be easy to be surrounded by a group of animals whose weakest aura was at the legendary level. Moreover, there were a few demigod-level beasts that were emitting divinity, and Inari Kami, who was the beast lord of this group of beasts. Boost! At this moment, another deep voice was heard from Sei Ito's left arm that was inlaid with jade. Nine-Tail. Then, Sei Ito turned around and extended his left arm that was equipped with the arm armor towards Nine-Tailed. Boost gear. Gift. In an instant, Sei Ito felt a surge of energy surging out from his body, and through the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, it was transferred to Nine-Tailed in front of him in an unknown way. Whoosh! In the next moment, Nine-Tailed's aura skyrocketed, and a dark red beam of spiritual chi with a strong evil aura gushed out like a hurricane, stirring up the air in the harvest domain. Sensing the change in Nine-Tailed's aura, Inari Kami's expression changed significantly. She obviously didn't expect that Nine-Tailed, who was only slightly bigger than an ant in her eyes, would suddenly have the power to fight against her. Thinking of the culprit behind all this, Inari Kami subconsciously looked at Sei Ito, and then at his left arm that was equipped with the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. "Ha ha ha, that's it. Nine-Tailed laughed excitedly as she felt the powerful energy surging in her body. Then, she looked at Inari Kami, who was in the middle of the group of beasts, and said, "Inari Kami, although I can't kill you today, I, Daji, will definitely destroy your avatar." This was the first time Nine-Tailed announced her real name to the outside world. It was obvious how determined she was to destroy Inari Kami's avatar. After that, the spiritual chi around Nine-Tailed exploded and turned into countless spiritual chi particles that shot out in all directions. All of a sudden, the spiritual chi particles stopped and shone faintly. In the next second, boundless red lightning appeared in the harvest realm and bombarded the beasts on the ground like rain. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire harvest domain. More than half of the monsters that were still in the harvest domain were killed. Although the rest of the monsters didn't die on the spot, they were all lying on the ground with heavy injuries. They looked like they were on the verge of death and couldn't fight back. Only a few demigod-level monsters with divinity aura were still standing on the left and right of Rice Lotus God. Harvest nurtures life. Life heals pain. Recover. Inari Kami's face was gloomy as he chanted again. Immediately after, a powerful life force spread out from the harvest domain and entered the bodies of the monsters lying on the ground like threads. It quickly healed the injuries of the beasts. Fire come. Seeing this, Nine-Tails sneered and growled. In an instant, a large amount of red flames appeared in the sky of the harvest realm and fell to the ground like a meteor shower. Whoosh! The raging fire immediately burned in the harvest realm. It could be said that Nine-Tailed attack was very targeted. Although the harvest domain was a conceptual domain, It was basically a mature manifestation of life forms, especially plants. Among the 5 elements, it could be classified as wood, so it didn't matter if one looked at it from a natural perspective. It was still the 5 elements. Both of them were completely countered by the power of fire. Hence, fire attacks were the most effective against Rice Lotus God. This was also one of the reasons why she had been searching for the sun divinity. Other than her ambition to become an independent main god, she also wanted to make up for the fact that she was suppressed by a single element to a certain extent. Harvest could be exchanged for wealth. Wealth is a gift from the heavens. Inari Kami shouted again. In the next second, a large amount of golden light spots appeared in the sky of the harvest realm like stars. Then, they suddenly fell. Sitting cross-legged, a golden light shot towards Kyubi, as well as Ito-sei and Taching Heigu, who were standing beside Kyubi. That's money. Taching Heigu was surprised. That's right. What fell from the sky was not a real rain of light. It was a common currency during Japan's Warring States period. It was only because the speed was too fast that it gave people the illusion that it was a rain of light. Looking at the rain of money in the sky, Nine-Tailed frowned. Then his body shook, and an even more powerful dark cloud gushed out from Nine-Tailed's body. It was like an umbrella that blocked the sky above the 3 of them and blocked the rain of gold. Looks like Nine-Tailed is at a disadvantage. Seito turned his head to look at Nine-Tailed and thought to himself. And it looks like the Red Dragon Emperor's strengthening ability is not comprehensive for Nine-Tailed, who is on the path of cultivation. Although it gives her power that is not inferior to that of a divine immortal, it is not enough for her to turn this power into a real power of Tao. At least it is not enough for her to form the 3 flower auspicious clouds again. It is only enough to strengthen the 5 chi in her chest. Seito turned his head to look at the dark cloud above his head and thought to himself. In fact, other than that, there was one thing that Nine-Tailed was at a disadvantage. That was, she did not have a suitable treasure. After all, for a cultivator, a powerful treasure that was suitable for them was often the best weapon to kill the enemy and protect themselves. Inari Kami's expression changed when he saw Nine-Tailed blocked his attack of the Golden Rain again. All of you attack! Inari Kami shouted at the few divine beasts in front of him. Roar! After receiving the order, the beasts roared loudly and charged towards Nine-Tailed. In the process of charging forward, they either opened their mouths, glared at Nine-Tailed, or roared loudly as they attacked Nine-Tailed with their innate abilities. In an instant, several fireballs, 2 rays of light, a white beam of light, and a water arrow were shot towards Nine-Tailed. Oomph! Nine-Tailed snorted coldly when she saw this. She raised her hand and shot out a ray of red light. Then, the red light became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became like a wall and collided with the attacks of the beasts. Boom! A loud noise that soared to the sky was heard in the domain. Absorb! Nine-Tailed made a strange hand gesture with her left hand, while her right hand pointed at the beasts that were charging out from the cloud of smoke in front of her. A ray of black light shot out from Nine-Tailed's hand and disappeared into the head of one of the beasts. Following that, the exotic beast came to a halt and fell to the ground with a loud crash, creating a 2-meter-tall mud wall on top of the yellow-black soil. It was also at this moment that the black light that had flown into the head of the exotic beast earlier flew out of the monster's ear and returned to Nine-Tail's palm. Soul assimilation spell? Seito thought as he looked at the black smoke rolling in Nine-Tailed's hand. The soul assimilation spell was also recorded in the Taoist 72 earthly fiend techniques. It was a spell that specialized in chasing souls from afar. It was mostly used to subdue demons and exorcise evil spirits. However, it did not exclude the possibility that some Taoists with ulterior motives would use this spell to harm people. Its effect was somewhat similar to black magic and frightened soul loss. The most famous use of this spell was probably the Nailhead 7 Arrows book in Investiture of the Gods. However, that spell was many times stronger than the soul assimilation spell. Nine-Tailed ignored Seito and Deshang Hei's curious gaze. She chanted the spell again and shot out the black smoke in her hand. This time it was another beast. Afterwards, the exotic beast immediately paused for a moment. Then it started attacking its surroundings randomly like a mad cow. Almost instantly, all the other exotic beasts in the vicinity were attacked. Affected by this, the other beasts immediately stopped running and roared angrily as they attacked the crazy beast. Seeing this, Ninetails smiled and blew out a light pink cloud from her mouth. Like an arrow, it flew into the group of exotic beasts that were fighting in a chaotic battle and entered their bodies as they breathed and roared. Then, after 3 to 5 seconds, the previously lively monsters all fell to the ground with a plop. Their bodies twitched, and white foam came out of their mouths. At this point, all the beasts that Inari God summoned were all killed by Ninetailed. Then, Ninetailed raised her head and looked at Inari God's pale face. She sneered silently. Good, very good. Inari God's voice was as cold as the cold wind of winter. Moreover, because she had used too much strength, the golden jade fan in her hand couldn't help but creak, creak. I curse. Suddenly, Inari God screamed with a sharp voice. At the same time, almost at the same time, the fertile yellow and black soil in the harvest domain became dry and stiff. Irregular cracks that were as thick as a baby's arm appeared on the ground. From the cracks, there was a foul stench and black smoke that made people frown. Not good. Seeing this, Sei Ito's expression changed, and he immediately exclaimed, Did you notice? It's too late. Inari God laughed with a sinister expression. It turned out that Inari God's harvest domain suddenly opened up a gap and connected the soil in the harvest domain with the soil in Akazuya City. Therefore, the black smoke and foul stench were not only caused by Inari God's curse, but also the power of the curse from the soil in the outside world due to Inari God's grief. In other words, what was happening now was the real situation of the soil in Akazuya City. Die with this soil. Inari God laughed crazily. In the laughter, Inari God's divine light clone was swallowed by the black smoke, and it caused the entire harvest domain to shake violently. More black smoke was produced and swept towards Sei Ito, Ninetailed, and Touching Hage. Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate and immediately disappeared with Ninetailed and Touching Hage. Chapter 1761. In the Rubik's Cube world, in the northern desolate area. That was dangerous. Sei Ito sighed with lingering fear. She really made up her mind. Kyubi's eyes flashed. Sure enough, no matter if it's a normal human, an expert, or even a god, women are all scary creatures. Sei Ito knew what Kyubi meant. Just like how the heavenly fire-bright god broke Akazuya City's barrier and destroyed several earth veins, Inari Goddess, who sacrificed the life of a piece of land to activate the curse, would not have an easy time. Even if there was a reason for this, and Inari Goddess was blessed by the heavens, she would be able to reduce the evil force that would befall her in the end. However, she would not be able to escape the trouble that would follow. Fortunately, Akazuya City is an agricultural city. Although the Sunrise Village under the city's rule is an agricultural town, it only grows vegetables and poultry. It doesn't provide the main food for the city, so we don't have to worry about the city being affected by the land change. Sei Ito couldn't help but sigh softly. At the same time, he was proud of his decision to transform a half-plane into an agricultural plain and attached city. You still have time to think about your own territory. Don't forget that the target of the curse is us. Although I don't know where this place is and what method you use to block the tracking of the curse, unless we stay here for the rest of our lives, the curse will descend on us as soon as we go out. And with the scale of the curse, you and I will not have a good time, plus the trouble on your body. Humph. Kyubi sneered. As for what Kyubi didn't say, Ito-sei didn't even need to think to know what Kyubi meant. The pursuit of the Amaterasu god, and the complete hostility of the newly joined Inari Goddess. What about you? What do you plan to do? Sei Ito asked. Me? Kyubi slightly frowned and lowered her head to think. Maybe I'll stay here forever. After a moment, Kyubi raised her head and said with some disappointment. Ito could understand Kyubi's feelings. She might have been arrogant and powerful before, but that was because she had the support of the Red Dragon Emperor, and her magic power had temporarily recovered to the level of a celestial immortal. Naturally, they were not afraid of the various monsters that had descended upon the origin world. But at the same time, Ninetales also knew that all of this was due to the blessing of the Red Dragon Emperor. Once the blessing was over, she would still be the original Ninetales, the great demon Ninetales who was still one step away from the divine realm and the immortal record. She would still be unable to fight against any god-level enemy. In addition, there was also the existence of the curse outside. Ninetales, who did not want to put herself in danger, chose to stay in this unfamiliar but seemingly safe place. It was a natural choice. After all, loneliness was nothing to the Ninetales who had been sealed for more than 1,000 years. No matter how uncomfortable it was, how could it be more important than her life? And here, Ninetales looked meaningfully at Ito and continued, whether it is the quality or concentration of the spiritual energy, it is several times stronger than outside. It is a very good place for seclusion. Ito, who understood that Ninetales had noticed something, chuckled noncommittally. Seeing that Ito did not say anything, Ninetales tactfully did not pursue the matter. Instead, she asked, "I want to stay here. Is that okay?" "Okay." Ito agreed generously to Ninetales, an ally who had faced strong enemies with him before. "Thank you," Ninetales said politely. "No need for that." Ito waved his hand. Then, the two of them spoke a few words together, and together they flew up and wandered around the desolate area in the north, looking for a suitable place for Ninetales to cultivate in seclusion. However, with the current scale of the Rubik's Cube world, the desolate area in the north alone was half the size of Earth. Therefore, it was not until more than an hour later that Ninetales arrived at a place surrounded by many sturdy trees. It was a relatively rare green mountain in the desolate area in the north. Ninetales had opened up a cave on one of the mountain peaks and lived there. "Then I won't disturb your seclusion. Goodbye." Seeing that Ninetales had settled down, Ito cupped his fist and said, "I won't see you out," Ninetales said. Also, just as Ito was about to leave, Ninetales said again, "If you have a chance to go out, please send Ghost Girl over." "Okay." Ito nodded and agreed. Then, the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Ito then flew out of Ninetales' cave and met up with Taching Heigo, who was somewhat bored. "Forget it. I'll send you back too," Ito said after some thought. "Phew, I can finally go back." Taching Heigo let out a sigh of relief. A flirtatious smile appeared on his face as he said, "I've only been here for a few days, and I've already fought with a bunch of gods. This is much more exciting than when I was with Wally." "Do you like it?" Ito asked with interest. "It's not bad," Taching Heigo replied with a smile. Ito smiled and used his mind to create two shadow doppelgangers. "Please send Heigo back," Ito said to one of the shadow doppelgangers. "Okay." The shadow doppelganger nodded and agreed. You're not going back with me?" Taching Heigo asked in surprise. "I still need to see the situation here. If it goes well, I might go to your world to find you guys for a date." Ito smiled. "You guys? Date? Oh, that will depend on Master's charm." Taching Heigo widened his eyes and looked at Ito, then said with a smile, "Do you think I'm not charming enough?" Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Well, who knows?" Taching Heigo kept him in suspense. "Okay, you guys can go. I should also start dealing with things here." Ito curled his lips and said, "Then goodbye, my dear Master Chan." Taching Heigo blinked his eyes and said cutely. Then, the shadow doppelganger nodded at Ito and disappeared with Taching Heigo under the power of the Rubik's Cube. After Taching Heigo left, Ito turned his head and said to the other shadow doppelganger, "Just follow that step. Go." The latter nodded and opened a middle-style dimensional transfer magic circle under his feet. Then, The magic circle spewed out a bright light and disappeared in front of Seito's eyes. Phew, I'm finally back, meow. After an unknown amount of time, Taching Heiji's figure appeared from an explosion of light. He stretched his waist and spoke in a lazy manner. Following Heiji's movements, her already voluptuous breasts became even more prominent, as if they would jump out of her kimono at any moment, causing one's gaze to involuntarily land on them. At the very least, Seito's gaze fell on them. Yeah, she's not home. Taching Heigu, who didn't pay attention to Seito's gaze, looked around the room and said in surprise, "She's probably with Lise and the others." Seito thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Then let's go over." Taching Heigu said. Then, Taching Heigu opened a dimensional transfer magic circle under his feet and disappeared with Seito from the rented apartment. The next moment, Seito and Taching Heiji's figures appeared in the Kuma Academy campus. Ding ling ling ling. Coincidentally, as soon as the two of them appeared, the bell that signaled the end of the club activity echoed throughout the campus. The two of them didn't care and walked into the old school building in front of them and came to the Supernatural Research Club's office. Creak. Seito reached out and opened the door. Looking at the people in the room, Seito, who was standing at the door, was stunned. Because at this time in the club office, other than Ria's and his satchel, a familiar old man and a young girl, as well as a man full of the aura of a pugilist, had also appeared in the club office. It was the main body of the Norse, Odin, his guard, Latvia, and the fallen angel cadre Baichio. Similarly, when Odin, Latvia, and Baichio saw the other Seito appear, they were also stunned. Then, they looked at the other Seito with a thoughtful expression. "It's done." Lise was surprised. Seito smiled at Lise and the others, then nodded at the other wood clone sitting in the room. The latter understood and stood up from the sofa, turned around, and walked to the door. "We're going out to discuss some things. We'll be back soon." Seito, who was standing at the door, smiled. "Okay." Lise nodded in agreement. Then, the two Seito met up and left the office under everyone's gaze. "That was a clone, right?" After the Seito left, Athathiel turned to look at Odin and said, "Yes, a very exquisite clone ability. I almost didn't feel any difference. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that it was a clone." Odin's sacrificed eyes flashed with the light of wisdom as he replied, "It seems that we need to know more about this Red Dragon Emperor." Then, Odin said meaningfully. Athathiel nodded slightly. After about half a minute, Seito's figure walked in from behind the open door with a soft click. "It's done." Seito nodded and smiled at everyone. "If that's the case, let's go. Don't let the people over there wait too long." Athathiel stood up and said, "Yes." Lise and the others replied in unison. Then everyone followed Athathiel and Odin out of the office and to the roof of the old school building. There they got on Odin's ride, an old-fashioned carriage, and moved through the air toward the center of the city. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.